Chapter 1784. 1784 Power of God 2. Your doomsday has arrived. An angry roar came from the dragon elder's mouth. His blood-red eyes were filled with brutality. They were a dignified dragon clan. They led the subordinates of the extraordinary sea to attack the dragon palace. Yet, they were reduced to such a state. This made all the members of the dragon clan extremely furious. It's your doomsday. In the empty space, Wang Xian was facing more than 100,000 members of the dragon clan from afar. Looking at the furious expressions of all the members of the dragon clan, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was filled with mockery. Get rid of these ants for me. When the elders of the dragon clan saw Wang Xian's provocative expression, they roared furiously with a face full of killing intent. Immediately, they ordered all the dragon clan disciples to attack. At the same time, he and the few elders beside him moved their huge bodies and attacked Wang Xian directly. The dignity of the dragon clan and the aura of the dragon clan were clearly displayed. Hee. When Wang Xian saw more than 100,000 members of the dragon clan attacking them, a smile appeared on his face. Among the more than 100,000 members of the dragon clan, there were about 1,500 people in the realm of longevity. Among the 1,500 people in the realm of longevity, there were only about 100 people who were above the third level of longevity. The thing that scares you has only just begun. Wang Xian looked at the 100,000 dragon race members who were attacking him at a rapid speed, and his aura trembled. Buzz. An invincible sea of consciousness swept across the 100,000 dragon race members. Apart from the 100 dragon race members who were above the third level of longevity, the rest of the dragon race members trembled. Attack! Wang Xian shouted with excitement on his face. Attack! Let these ants know how powerful we are. The elder of the dragon clan roared furiously and ordered the rest of the dragon clan members around him. Boom! 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 However, what happened next terrified the 100 dragon clan experts. Around them, the 100,000 dragon clan members suddenly turned around and attacked the 100 dragon clan experts who were above the third level of longevity. At this moment, all the experts were stunned, their faces filled with fear as they looked at their clansmen and disciples. The attacks of these 100,000 members of the dragon race had completely exceeded their expectations. The experts of the dragon race had never expected that their disciples would attack them. At this moment, the 100 experts of the dragon race were unable to dodge at the first moment. Bang, bang, bang. Roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Waves of terrifying power landed on the bodies of the 100 dragon experts. Even though the strength of the attacks on them was lower than theirs, the 100,000 attacks still caught the dozens of dragon experts off guard and caused them to let out pained screams. Roar, roar, roar. However, the attacks of the 100,000 dragon experts did not stop. They flapped their wings and pounced towards them. The 100,000 dragons pounced towards the 100 dragon race experts. What's going on? Stop. All of you, stop. All of you are crazy. All of you, stop. Roar, roar, roar. The few elders of the water dragon clan reacted and roared with extremely ugly expressions. However, the 100,000 dragons did not react at all. Their eyes continued to attack without any reaction. Roar, roar. Let's kill our way out. Let's kill our way out. The few elders of the dragon clan were completely panicking, especially the first elder of the water dragon clan. When he saw his own clansmen attacking them like crazy, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. It was too strange, simply too strange. Just now, when the group of sea beasts attacked their dragon clan, although they were surprised, they did not take it to heart. But now, their own kind actually attacked their clansmen like crazy. This caused the eyes of the 100 dragon clan members to be filled with fear. They are too strange. Let's kill our way out. An elder followed up with a loud roar. He looked at the thousands of clansmen attacking him, gritted his teeth, and directly swung his dragon claws forward. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of tearing could be heard. The blood of their fellow clansmen dyed their bodies red. Smelling the blood of their fellow clansmen, the fear in their hearts grew even stronger. More than 20 of the 100 experts of the Dragon Clan were instantly killed under the attacks of more than 100,000 Dragon Clan members who were caught off guard. There were also more than 30 who were heavily injured. Only those above the Wansho 5th rank were able to withstand the attacks with their powerful defenses. But at this time, facing the attacks of the other clansmen, they could only grit their teeth and charge out. With their strength, they could completely charge out. But if they charged out, it also meant that their bodies were covered in the blood of their clansmen. And among these clansmen, there were even their descendants. Roar, roar, roar. Furious roars came out from the mouths of the dragons. Their blood-red eyes crazily slaughtered the surrounding clansmen who were attacking them. Soon, more than 50 dragons cleared a bloody path. The rest had already fallen. If you want to escape, can you escape? Wang Xian's aura trembled again. Within a radius of 600 kilometers, there were at least 1 billion sea beasts waiting for them. Countless sea beasts pounced on them. Dragon Palace, Dragon King, we dragons swear that we will exterminate all of you. We will make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. Seeing the countless sea beasts besieging them, the more than 50 Dragon Clan experts who were escaping let out a heart-wrenching roar. They swore that if they could return to the Dragon Clan, they would definitely make the god of the Dragon Clan, the experts of the Dragon Clan, and everyone in the Dragon Palace wish they were dead. A bunch of arrogant things. Do you really think that you are divine dragons? All of you are just a bunch of inferior dragons. Wang Xian looked at the group of dragons who were fleeing frantically outside. When he heard their words, a look of disdain appeared on his face. He swayed his huge body and attacked more than 50 dragons. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his huge dragon claws and grabbed at the group of dragons. Oh no, Elder, save us. The group of dragons felt the threat of death from Wang Xian's dragon claws and roared in fear. Die. A dragon elder at the 8th level of the see-through realm turned his dragon body. His pair of gigantic wings flickered with sharpness as he slashed at Wang Xian's gigantic dragon claws. Crack, crack, crack. However, when his dragon wings struck the dragon claws, there were only traces left behind. Ho ho no. When the dragon claws were completely clenched, the elder of the Dragon Clan let out a terrified scream as he felt the terrifying power and destructive energy coming from it. Turn into Dragon Chi. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws and lowered his dragon head, swallowing it directly into his stomach. How is this possible? Isn't this Dragon King a level 8 longevity expert? How is this possible? How can he have such terrifying strength? Seeing the level 8 longevity elder being killed and swallowed in one move, the remaining dragon race experts roared in fear. Not long ago, wasn't the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace only at level 8 longevity? How could he kill one of their elders in an instant now? Their dragon race was an invincible existence at the same level. Chapter 1785. 1785 Strength of 1785 Gods 3. Oh no, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has the strength of a level 9 longevity. Among the remaining 50 or so dragons, the strongest was the first elder of the Water Dragon Clan, who was also the only level 9 longevity expert of the Water Dragon Clan. When he saw the Dragon King easily devour an elder of level 8 longevity, his face revealed a look of shock. According to the information they received from the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King's strength was at level 8 of longevity. However, now, roar. After Wang Xian devoured an elder of level 8 of longevity, the dragon energy in his body received a huge upgrade. His eyes were burning as he stared at the group of Dragon Clan experts in front of him. After devouring them, his level would be upgraded once again. A roar filled with endless might swept towards the group of dragon race experts. The might of the divine dragon caused the remaining dragon race experts to tremble. Flee, flee, flee. The first elder of the water dragon race roared with a face full of terror. With the terrifying strength of the 9th rank of the 10,000 lifespan, in addition to the strange demon controlling their clansmen and the surrounding sea beasts, their dragon race had lost this battle. They had completely lost. Even now, it was still unknown how many Dragon Clan experts could escape. When they came, they had never expected such an outcome. They had originally thought that they could look down on the destruction of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Kings kneeling and begging for mercy. But now, roar, roar. All the remaining Dragon Clan experts ran out desperately. At this moment, they knew that even their great elder might be left behind if he didn't escape immediately. Not to mention them. At this moment, they unleashed all their strength and tried their best to escape. It's not that easy to escape. Since you dare to attack our Dragon Palace, you must be prepared to die. Wang Xian looked at the remaining dragon experts who were desperately tearing apart the surrounding sea beasts and fleeing into the distance. A cold expression appeared on his face. His body moved, and his huge body directly attacked the remaining dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sea region began to tremble. The more than 50 dragon experts who were desperately fleeing continuously launched terrifying attacks. Even at the bottom of the sea that was tens of thousands of meters deep, each of their attacks caused the waves above to churn. No, it could no longer be called a sea wave. It should be a blood wave. The fresh blood had already completely turned this sea area red. A rich bloody smell rushed into the sky. The entire sea actually slowly emitted a faint red mist. Even if they were tens of thousands of kilometers away, they could still sense the heaven-reaching murderous aura here. The sea beasts were still densely packed in a radius of 600 kilometers. Woo woo woo. At this time, a giant beast that was 30,000 kilometers suddenly rushed out of the water. Hundreds of thousands of sea beasts were hanging on its body. Buzz. The body of the giant beast shook as if it had a terrifying suction force. Hundreds of thousands of sea beasts actually melted into its body. The giant beast instantly turned into a bloody demon. Woo woo. It let out an excited roar and continued to attack the surrounding sea beasts. The giant beast was naturally Shaolin. It possessed the bloodline of Kuan. Although it did not have the terrifying devouring force of Wang Xian, it possessed the bloodline of the peak of the universe. By devouring enough creatures, it could also rapidly increase its level. Around Shaolin, the members of the Dragon Palace were releasing terrifying AoE attacks. With one attack, at least tens of thousands of sea beasts fell to the bottom of the sea. Feng Luan and the group of girls also joined the battle. Especially with Feng Luan's strength, all the sea beasts within a 50-kilometer radius were killed with one move. One had to know that all the sea beasts within this 50-kilometer radius were sea beasts. Under the weakening of the energy, it was already very powerful to be able to kill the sea beasts within a 50-kilometer radius. More than 20,000 members of the Dragon Palace were slaughtering the intruders rapidly. The dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool had already spilled out and was flowing in the surroundings. This time, the dragon blood gathered in the Dragon Palace had reached a terrifying level. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Wang Xian's roars were heard from the front of the Dragon Palace. His gigantic dragon mouth was devouring the dragon experts one by one. The more than 50 dragon experts who were trying their best to escape were all fleeing for their lives. Unless the first elder of the water dragon tribe stepped in to stop him, none of the other dragon experts were able to dodge Wang Xian's attack. No, no, no. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, all the dragon experts knew what despair was. They were terrified and wanted to escape from Wang Xian's attack. They were trying their best to escape. However, they soon realized that there were fewer and fewer people in their tribe. Water dragon escape, dragon wings. At the front, the great elder of the water tribe heard the screams and his face turned pale. He roared and his entire dragon wings emitted a blue light. His dragon tail swung rapidly and tore apart all the sea beasts in front of him. He wanted to escape. You want to escape. Wang Xian saw the great elder of the water dragon clan who was about to escape and stopped his attack on the dragons behind him. He opened his mouth and the 5 elements millstone attacked him at a terrifying speed. As the 5 elements millstone flew out, it started to grow bigger and bigger. Dragon King, you want to keep me here? Wishful thinking. Do you really think that the dragon clan has no foundation after ruling for hundreds of thousands of years? Sensing the great terror coming from behind, the first elder of the water dragon clan's body shook, and water spirit pearls appeared around him one by one. Dozens of water spirit pearls rotated, forming an incomparably powerful defense. Bang! The five elements' great mill landed on it, and was directly blocked by the water spirit pearls. You just wait for our dragon clan. We will take revenge. The elder of the water dragon clan let out a furious roar. His entire body was moving towards the outside at an even more terrifying speed. In front of him, all the sea beasts that were blocking him turned into a bloody mist. Dozens of water spirit pearls surrounded him with the power of the stars. Buzz. When the first elder of the water dragon clan escaped 200 kilometers away, his body flickered slightly and he disappeared. He teleported and left. Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw this scene. As expected of the dragon tribe, they indeed have some foundation. However, the rest of the dragon tribe can forget about escaping. Wang Xian's body stopped moving. He swayed his huge body and looked behind him. There, dozens of dragons were still fighting desperately, trying to break free. Roar! A dragon roar rang in their ears and rushed into their minds. The dozens of dragon experts who were trying their best to escape froze as despair appeared on their faces. Very soon, I will lead the army of the Dragon Palace to exterminate your dragon race. Wang Xian's extremely domineering voice rang out. It was accompanied by a terrifying killing intent as he charged straight at them. Among the three major races of the dragon race, the water dragon race, one of them escaped while the rest could be considered dead. Chapter 1786. 1786 The Power of 1786 God 4. Roar, roar, roar. Screams of pain could be heard from within the extraordinary sea. The screams of the dragon tribe's powerhouses reverberated across the sky. There were also the screams of the other sea beasts. The last few dozens of dragon tribe's powerhouses who were above level 3 of longevity turned into dragon energy and divine crystals under the attacks of Wang Xian and the attacks of hundreds of thousands of dragons and billions of sea beasts. Just a little bit more. After devouring more than 50 dragon race experts, Wang Xian looked at the divine crystals that he needed to upgrade his level with excitement in his eyes. He stared at the sea beasts around him and the dragon race members who were only half killed by the dragon race experts. Roar! He roared wildly and opened his dragon mouth. All the dragon race members and sea beasts around him flew into his mouth and directly turned into divine crystals. We're here. Ding! Congratulations to host for raising your level to level 5 longevity. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level 5 Longevity, 4th Change of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Crystals, 2/221/100,000. Supernatural Ability. Ruling over the Water Clan. Ruling over the Water Clan below their own level. Devouring creatures to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability, soul capture, spirit possession, dragon eyes of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Aspect, great mill of the 5 elements, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin and yang poles. Yin and yang 5 elements, oms. Domain, Rainbow Dragon Domain. Dragon Palace, Level 5. Members of the Dragon Palace, 23433. Boom. Wang Xian's body enlarged once again. The rainbow dragon scales on his body flickered with a dazzling radiance. His pair of dragon horns, dragon whiskers, and flowing lights were overflowing with color. At a glance, it didn't seem like something from the mortal world. The 7-colored dragon claws were like diamonds under the sun. If Wang Xian stood there quietly and didn't move, he would be like a divine object formed from a diamond placed under the sun. The closer he got to the mirror of God, the more detached he was from the mortal world. Continue. Wang Xian raised his head. The surrounding sea beasts were still flying crazily toward his mouth. The divine crystal was still growing at an unbelievable speed. The destruction of the dragon race in the surroundings and the sea beasts in the extraordinary sea were being killed by the dragon palace. When they saw the first elder of the dragon race and all the experts of the dragon race being killed, the sea beasts that were still alive within a radius of a few thousand kilometers immediately fled frantically into the distance in despair. Billions of demonic beasts were fleeing frantically. Behind them, more than 20,000 experts of the dragon clan chased after them. This was especially true for Xiaolan. In just over an hour, her level had risen to rank 7 longevity. She had devoured countless sea beasts. The sea beasts scattered and fled in despair. How can the dragon clan be so strong and so strange? How can this be? At this moment, the first elder of the water dragon clan, who had teleported more than 10,000 kilometers away, looked back with a frightened expression. There, it had become a sea of blood. There, all the members of the water dragon clan had been killed. The burial ground, the dragon burial sea area, my water dragon clan. The first elder of the water dragon clan roared in grief and indignation. Hundreds of thousands of people, had all died and were killed by the dragon palace. I want revenge. I must get revenge. No, they are too strong. And Lord Dragon God, if Lord Dragon God can ignite the divine fire, he will definitely destroy the dragon palace. Definitely. His crazy roar quickly flew toward the dragon clan. The sea area of the dragon palace had become a nightmare for him. The slaughter wasn't over yet. The seabed within thousands of kilometers was covered with corpses. The murderous aura here could make weak people go crazy. Even a powerhouse at the insightful void tier would not dare to stay here any longer. This war continued for another 5 hours even after the dragons had fled and died. At the last moment, all the members of the dragon palace were so exhausted that they almost could not stand straight. After 5 hours, apart from a portion of the sea beasts that had escaped, the rest were all dead. All members of the dragon palace, follow me into the magnificent dragon pool. Wang Xian floated in the sky above the dragon palace. His gaze swept across the countless corpses on the ground as he commanded all the disciples of the dragon palace. Now that the dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool had spilled out, Wang Xian stopped the dragon palace from absorbing the corpses nearby. It's the Dragon King. One by one, the exhausted members of the dragon clan flew over slowly. In their eyes, they were filled with excitement. This time, how much could the strength of the dragon palace increase? No one knew. Wang Xian moved his body and led a group of girls into the dragon transformation pool. He began to absorb the dragon blood inside. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the members of the dragon palace also entered the pool and absorbed the dragon blood without any restraint. This was the first time that the members of the dragon palace could absorb the dragon blood without caring about anything else to increase their strength. The dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool disappeared at a terrifying speed, but soon, the corpses within 1,000 kilometers of the dragon palace were slowly absorbed. Even the blood within a few thousand kilometers was absorbed by the dragon palace and turned into dragon blood. Dragon blood poured down from the 9 dragon pillars at the mouth of the dragon. Even though the members of the dragon palace were absorbing the dragon blood very quickly, the dragon blood they poured in could still keep up. The golden dragon blood gave off a magical color and lit up half of the dragon palace. All the members of the dragon palace began to improve. After they came out, they would undergo a huge transformation. After all, they had killed almost 3/4 of the creatures in the extraordinary sea. Is it over? Oh my God, this is the end of the world. The blood has dyed thousands of miles red. Gulp. What's going on? Why did I hear the screams of the dragon clan? They were all the screams of the dragon palace experts. The last voice was indeed the voice of the Dragon King. Did the dragon palace block it? I heard the screams of the dragon clan experts just now. What happened in there? How could the Dragon Palace be so strong? How could they block the attack of the Dragon Clan? Oh my God, I can't believe it. Did the Dragon Palace resist the attack? Why were there only the screams of the Dragon Clan's experts and the other sea beasts? While all the members of the Dragon Palace were improving their strength in the Dragon Transformation Pool, some experts who had been standing in the sky thousands of miles away were looking at them and discussing in shock. They saw the end of the battle and looked at the blood in front of them in awe. They vaguely heard the voices of the experts of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King, and their faces were filled with shock. Almost all the creatures in the extraordinary sea, hundreds of thousands of experts of the Dragon Clan, who had come to destroy the Dragon Palace, had been blocked? How? How could they believe it? But the voices made them extremely dazed. The Dragon Palace actually withstood the Dragon Clan's attack and killed many of the Dragon Clan's experts and even caused the attacking sea beasts to bleed thousands of miles. Unbelievable. Chapter 1787. 1787 Power of God 5. Just as all the members of the Dragon Palace were rapidly increasing their strength in the Dragon Transformation Pool, just as some of the powerhouses were shocked by the Armageddon-like war in the extraordinary sea, an extremely shocking event happened in the Aoshan Empire. The Aoshan Emperor, whom everyone thought had been destroyed, suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. This was a day ago. The Dragon Emperor of the Draconid Empire led 50 Dragon Emperors and 1,000,000 soldiers into the Aoshan Empire. The Draconid Empire slaughtered more than 10 cities of the Aoshan Empire like a hot knife through butter. Soon after, they slaughtered another 5 or 6 cities. In an instant, the entire Aoshan Empire was in a bloody mess, and everyone's faces were filled with terror. The entire Transcendence continent was shaken by the brutality of the Draconid Empire. Without the help of the Dragon Palace, the Draconid Empire was unstoppable with the help of 50 Dragon Emperors. Even the 4 legions led by the great Emperor Aoshan were unable to stop the Draconid Empire. Just when everyone thought that the Aoshan Empire was about to be destroyed like the Dragon Palace, an unexpected existence appeared on the battlefield. A burly old man holding a weapon that looked like a mountain appeared. His appearance, when he saw the people of the Aoshan Empire being massacred, in a short 3 minutes, he killed everyone except for the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor. The old man's terrifying strength shook the entire Transcendence continent. When the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon race shouted the name of the Aoshan Emperor, everyone was even more shocked. The great Emperor Aoshan, the invincible existence who had fought against the strongest of the Dragon race for 3 days and 3 nights, was still alive. The appearance of the great Emperor Aoshan made the Dragon Emperor and the 50 Dragon Emperors leave with an embarrassed expression. However, just as everyone thought that the Dragon Man Empire and the Dragon race would give up, the next day, the Dragon Emperor and more than 100 Dragon race experts returned to the Aoshan Empire and started a massacre. This time, they slaughtered more than 10 cities in a short period of time. Dragon race, do you know that you are challenging the bottom line of the Aoshan Emperor? Yesterday, I let you all leave because I gave the Dragon race enough face. In front of the Tianhuizen city, the entire city had already turned into a river of blood. Fresh blood slowly seeped into the ground and was absorbed by an unknown energy. Behind them, nearly 10 million people watched this scene in horror. Emperor Aoshan stared at the Dragon race experts and the Dragon Emperor, the son of the Dragon race, with a face full of killing intent. Grand Supreme Elder, what should we do now? The Dragon Emperor looked at Emperor Aoshan, whose face was full of killing intent, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Yesterday, when Emperor Aoshan had appeared, he had already bypassed them once. This time, it was probably not going to be so simple. How's the collection of fresh blood coming along? At the center, the 20-meter-tall Great Elder of the Dragon race looked at the Dragon Emperor and asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the Great Elder, the fresh blood has already been collected. The Dragon Emperor immediately said, "That's good." The Great Elder of the Dragon race nodded and raised his head slightly to look at the Aoshan Emperor. "Go," he said to the Dragon race members beside him. "Go? Do you think you can leave just because you want to? The Ao Shan Emperor stared at them with murderous intent as he roared with a cold gaze. Behind the Ao Shan Emperor, all the experts and citizens of the Ao Shan Empire stared at the dragon race members angrily. What, Ao Shan Emperor, do you still want to attack our dragon race? The group of dragon race members stared at Emperor Aoshan fearlessly and said proudly, "Ha ha ha, if I let you go today, I, Emperor Aoshan, will not have the face to face all the citizens of the Aoshan Empire. Today, all of your dragon race will die." The Berserk Emperor Aoshan's aura rose rapidly, and an earthen yellow mountain peak slowly gathered in the sky above him. Emperor Aoshan, do you really think that our dragon race is afraid of you? Haha, today, let me, Lai Luyin, come and consult you. I want to see just how powerful the divine weapon in your hand is. Roar, roar, roar. The first supreme elder of the dragon race, Lai Luyin, roared wildly. He flapped his huge flaming dragon wings, and clouds of fire instantly condensed in the sky above him. Hiss, Lai Luyin, that seems to be a peak expert of the dragon clan. A peak expert of the dragon clan? An existence at the half-step god realm? This is an existence at the peak of our transcendence continent. A peak expert of the dragon clan actually came here personally. What on earth is the dragon clan doing? Behind them, everyone from the Ao Shan Empire revealed shocked expressions. A Liliuyan, a peak existence of the dragon race. They still knew this name. With just you, even if the god of the dragon race comes, I won't be afraid. Today, I'll take your head and use it as a sacrifice for the hundreds of millions of people of our Aoshan Empire. The killing intent-filled Aoshan Emperor waved his arm, and the towering mountain divine weapon in his hand flew up into the sky. Roar, roar, roar. A Liliuyan roared, and strings of fire spirit pearls appeared around him. His body was covered in golden metal. Flames shot up into the sky. Crack, crack, crack. The air started to burn, and all the buildings below began to melt into water. The dragon race experts and the dragon emperor around him quickly retreated into the distance. Grand Supreme Elder, kill that old fart. Anyone who challenges us must die. The dragon emperor and the group of dragon race experts roared loudly. On the opposite side, Ao Baiming and the group of experts hurriedly released their protective powers to block the aftershocks of the flames. Roar, roar. Lai Luyin let out a wild roar and flew into the sky. His entire body was like a blazing sun, exuding endless divine might. The might of a half-step god realm expert was as terrifying as the sun. Towering mountain, mountain of 10,000 mountains, suppress. Emperor Ao Shan's expression was cold as he raised his hands and poured a wave of earthy yellow energy into the divine weapon. The towering mountain that was half a meter in size grew at a terrifying speed. In less than 2 seconds, a mountain that was 10,000 meters in size stood in the sky. The indestructible yellow rocks and the terrifying pressure were not something that mortals could resist. Suppress? A vast voice came from the towering mountain. The voice was full of judgment. This voice came from a divine weapon. Great Sun Madragon, fight with the sun. A serious expression appeared in the dragon's eyes. He spread his wings, raised his head, and opened his mouth. A fireball slowly rose into the sky. The fireball rapidly expanded, forming a blazing sun that covered a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. It looked as if a sun was slowly rising within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Boom! The incomparably terrifying Great Sun Berserk Dragon charged towards the towering mountain. Buzz! The towering mountain was much smaller in front of the Great Sun Berserk Dragon. However, the towering earthen yellow mountain exuded divinity. The artifact collided with the full power of the half-step godly state. Chapter 1788. 1788 ignited the birth of the god of fire one. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a comet crashing into a planet, or a meteorite crashing into a huge mountain. The huge sun dragon crashed into the towering mountain like a sun. Liliuyan stared at the collision in the sky. More than 10,000 years ago, he had witnessed the battle between the Shan Emperor and the Dragon God. At that time, he was only at the 9th rank of the longevity realm. Now, with half a foot into the deity realm, he was confident that he was stronger than the Dragon God. Facing the Shan Emperor, he was not afraid at all. Around him, everyone was staring at the collision. Their eyes were wide open, filled with shock. Buzz! After the towering mountain's divine weapon collided with the great sun-raging dragon, an earthen yellow light suddenly shot out from the monstrous flame. The earthy yellow light was like tiny dust, but these tiny dust quickly extinguished the enormous great sun. What? Liliuyan's expression changed drastically, and his eyes revealed a shocked expression. A mountain can reach the sky. A mountain can stand in the sky. A towering mountain can stand in the world. Suppress everything in the world. Emperor Aoshan spread out his arms, and waves of powerful earthy yellow energy vibrated around him. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. His extremely cold voice was like a voice from the heavens, and it spread out in all directions. Every word he said caused the mountain to devour the great sun-raging dragon even faster. As soon as he finished speaking, the great sun-raging dragon disappeared, and a divine mountain that seemed to have stood in the sky for billions of years began to shine with divine light. The mountain continued to press down on Liliuyan at a terrifying speed. Demigod body, dragon wings, slash. Liliuyan looked at the towering mountain that was pressing down on him. He raised his head and spread his dragon wings. All the flames converged and condensed into lava that looked like rocks. Boom! Two sharp flaming dragon wings slashed toward the towering mountain. Boom! An intense collision sounded, but the massive mountain didn't move at all. Dragon race, do you really think that I, the Shan Emperor, have lived for nothing these 10,000 years? The Shan Emperor stared at Liliuyan with a cold expression and shouted in a dignified manner. No, it's impossible to defeat me. The dragon sea is boiling. Wong. He flapped his gigantic dragon wings and spat out countless amounts of lava. The lava covered an area of more than 100 kilometers. Crack, crack, crack. The lava was like a sea, and mountains of lava rose from the sea and crashed toward the towering mountain. Boom. However, the towering mountain wasn't hindered at all. It crashed through the rising mountains, broke through the sea of lava, and continued to press down on Liliuyan. Not good. Liliuyan looked at the indestructible towering mountain with fear in his eyes. He flapped his wings and quickly fled into the distance. You want to escape? Can you escape? The current you is almost as strong as the god of the dragon race. With such strength, you dare to provoke the wrath of my Shan Emperor. Shan Emperor roared in a low voice that was filled with killing intent. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Quake? When this voice sounded, Shan Emperor's figure had already appeared at the peak of the towering mountain. He looked down and shouted. Boom! He shook the space below. He suppressed all evil spirits. The earthen yellow light directly enveloped the area below. The entire mountain seemed to have intersected with the earth, forming a single space. Bang! Liliuyan instantly felt as if he had fallen into a deep abyss. He felt as if his entire body was carrying over a dozen mountains, causing his speed to be like that of a snail. Roar! 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 A terrified expression appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky-high mountain that was pressing down on him in fear. He let out a terrified roar. No, no, Emperor Aoshan, if you dare to kill me, our god of the dragon race will not let you off. Liliuyan's face was filled with fear as he roared loudly. God of the dragon race, HMPH. Even if your god of the dragon race is here, I can still suppress him. Aoshan Emperor roared coldly. He stood at the peak of the towering mountain and looked down arrogantly at everyone around him. No. Boom. The towering mountain landed on the ground, and the entire ground caved in for over 1,000 meters. As for Illyrian, he was completely silent. Hiss. Our Aoshan Emperor is so strong. He actually suppressed the peak experts of the dragon race. Long live Aoshan Emperor. Long live Aoshan Emperor. Ha 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 ha. Good kill. Good kill. Destroy the Draconid Empire. Destroy the dragon race. Aoshan Emperor is mighty. Aoshan Emperor is invincible. Seeing this scene, all the people in the city had excited expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but shout out loud. He suppressed a peak expert of the dragon race. That was a half-step god-level existence, yet he was easily killed by Aoshan Emperor. He was invincible and looked down on the Transcendence. In the entire Transcendence continent, who else could be a match for their Aoshan Emperor? At this moment, their Emperor was invincible. Oh no, let's run. The Dragon Emperor and the other members of the dragon race, who had already seen the situation go awry, saw their Grand Supreme Elder being suppressed and immediately turned around to run away. At this moment, their scalps went numb and their eyes were filled with fear. The Aoshan Emperor was actually strong enough to suppress an existence at the half-step divine realm. The first Supreme Elder was the second strongest expert of the dragon race, and his realm was the same as the dragon god. Who? The Aoshan Emperor stood on the towering mountain and took a deep breath. With his strength, controlling the divine weapon still consumed too much of his energy. Seeing the Dragon Emperor and the group of dragon race experts leave, he did not continue to chase after them. The other party had already escaped the range of his domain, so it would be very difficult for him to catch up. Dragon race, if you dare to do any more evil, I, Aoshan the Great Emperor, will kill your dragon race. Even if I die, I can drag your entire dragon race with me. Aoshan the Great Emperor looked at the departing figure and coldly roared. When the people below heard Emperor Aoshan's words, their blood boiled. He's too strong. We, Emperor Aoshan, can completely contend with the dragon race. Haha. An emperor is invincible. If the dragon race dares to be arrogant again, we'll let them know how powerful we are. Everyone in the city below was in an uproar. Emperor Aoshan had suppressed the peak experts of the dragon race. This battle would definitely shock the entire transcendent continent. Emperor Aoshan swept his gaze across his surroundings and flew off into the distance, leaving behind a group of people who were filled with shock and discussion. This matter spread to the other regions of the central continent at a terrifying speed. When everyone learned that Emperor Aoshan had killed the dragon race's Grand Supreme Elder, they were extremely shocked. Emperor Aoshan had actually made the dragon race lower their heads and flee. Was it true that in the future, humans would have the strength to contend against the dragon race? However, just as everyone was shocked by the fact that Emperor Aoshan had killed a peak expert of the dragon race, another piece of news swept across the entire continent. The Dragon Palace had withstood the attack of the dragon race. The dragon race had been defeated. Chapter 1789. 1789 ignited the birth of the god of fire too. Oh my god, there's news from the extraordinary sea. The place where the Dragon Palace is located has turned into a sea of blood. Blood flowed for tens of thousands of miles. The battle lasted for 5 to 6 hours. Finally, the screams of the dragon race and the sounds of despair were heard. It's almost certain that the experts of the Dragon Palace blocked the attack of the dragon race and caused the entire dragon race to suffer heavy losses. This is too shocking. How is this possible? Back then, someone saw more than 100,000 experts of the dragon clan, leading countless sea beasts of the extraordinary sea to attack the Dragon Palace. How could they fail? It's true that the Dragon Clan didn't destroy the Dragon Palace and was completely defeated. It's possible that not many dragons managed to escape. Countless sea beasts fled in panic. The Dragon Palace is too powerful. They were able to block the attack of the Dragon Clan and even killed many experts of the Dragon Clan. When everyone heard the news from the extraordinary sea, they were all shocked. Many people couldn't believe that the Dragon Palace could withstand the attack of the Dragon Clan. When the Dragon Clan attacked the Dragon Palace, many people saw endless sea beasts and sea birds that covered the sky and the sun. Under such power, Many people didn't doubt that they could kill the entire human race. However, such a powerful force was completely blocked by the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the dragon race that attacked the Dragon Palace was completely defeated and suffered heavy losses. The Dragon Palace's strength should be much stronger than expected. Now that Emperor Aoshan has just suppressed the dragon race's peak experts, and now that the Dragon Palace has defeated the dragon race might have to withdraw from their position as the overlords of the transcendental continent. They definitely have to retreat. Hundreds of thousands of dragon race experts led countless sea beasts in the transcendental sea and failed to destroy the Dragon Palace. The peak experts were also killed by Emperor Aoshan. Now that the Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire are allies, the Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire can easily contend against the dragon race when they join forces in the future. What has happened recently is unbelievable. With the return of Emperor Aoshan, the Dragon Palace has risen in power. The entire Transcendence continent was talking about the Dragon Palace and Emperor Aoshan. With the two forces, the Transcendence continent would no longer belong to the Dragon clan. This made many humans happy. After all, the rule of the Dragon clan was extremely brutal. Just like the Dragon Man Empire, no one would dare to say anything even if they slaughtered a city. In the future, the Dragon Man Empire and the Dragon clan wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The human race could be considered to have truly risen. Hoo-hoo, roar! How could that Aoshan the Great be so powerful, to actually be able to suppress our Grand Supreme Elder? Grand Supreme Elder was killed, and after our dragon god came out of seclusion, within the Sea of Dragons, a group of dragon race experts and the Dragon Emperor had escaped back, their expressions incomparably ugly as they lay on a sea peak. They looked at each other in shock. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. The first Supreme Elder was an expert on the same level as the Dragon God. Now that even the first Supreme Elder was suppressed, could the Dragon God be a match for the great Emperor Aoshan? Keep all the human blood that we have collected well. I hope that our Lord Dragon God can ignite the divine fire this time and become a god. An elder of the Dragon clan looked at the Dragon Emperor and said to him, "Yes, Elder. The blood has been properly preserved." The Dragon Emperor replied respectfully, his face somewhat embarrassed. "Roar, first Supreme Elder, you must avenge our Water Dragon clan." At this moment, a sorrowful and angry roar resounded throughout the entire Dragon Sea. The group of Dragon clan experts were slightly stunned as they looked towards the south. Elder Blakeshire, one of the Dragon race elders, was slightly stunned as he immediately shouted, "Where's the Grand Supreme Elder? Is he the Grand Supreme Elder?" When Blakeshire heard the voice, he immediately flew over. His expression was somewhat malevolent as he roared in a low voice, "Elder Blakeshire, what's wrong? What happened? Where are the other Water Dragon disciples?" The experts of the Dragon clan immediately asked when they saw the ferocious and even crazy Water Dragon Grand Elder. "Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace destroyed all the disciples of our Water Dragon clan. I'm the only one who escaped. I hate the Grand Elder. Let him take revenge for our Water Dragon clan." Balakwi roared in pain. "What? All the disciples of the Water Dragon clan were killed? How is this possible? How could hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Water Dragon clan and countless subordinates of the Extraordinary Sea be defeated by the Dragon Palace?" All the powerful figures of the Dragon clan were shocked. Only the first elder of the Water Dragon clan managed to escape from the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Dragon clan. This was almost one-third of the strength of the Dragon clan. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has at least the power of a level 9 longevity. They can also control the sea beasts and our disciples in a strange way. They are all wiped out, and the entire Water Dragon clan is wiped out. Bulak Shue's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Where is the first elder? I want to see the first elder." The first elder was suppressed by Emperor Aoshan and fell. The experts of the dragon race said with extremely ugly expressions. The Water Dragon race had led billions of sea beasts, but they were all destroyed by the Dragon Palace. Was the dragon race really going to decline? What? How is this possible? Blackwater's body trembled and his eyes widened when he heard the news of the first Supreme Elder being killed. Hoo, we can only wait for Lord Dragon God to avenge our dragon race. An expert from the Dragon Clan roared in a low voice. The Water Dragon Clan had been exterminated, and the first Supreme Elder had been suppressed. Their Dragon Clan strength had suffered heavy losses. Now, they could only wait for Lord Dragon God to come out of seclusion. The entire Dragon Clan's strength and reputation had sunk to the bottom. After the matter of the Extraordinary Sea was confirmed, the Dragon Clans might plummeted. Everyone on the Extraordinary Continent believed that in the future, the overlord of the continent would no longer be the Dragon Clan. In the next few months, all the members of the Dragon Clan gathered in the Dragon Sea. At this time, they could only wait for Lord Dragon God to come out of seclusion. Time slowly passed, and the Extraordinary Continent gradually returned to peace. The prestige of the Aoshan Empire and the Dragon Palace had reached its peak. The Draconid Empire lay dormant and kept a low profile. Walala. Crack, crack, crack. The surroundings of the Dragon Sea had always been calm, and the sound of the waves had never been loud. In the middle of the Dragon Sea was the Dragon God Valley, the sacred land of the dragon race. On this day, the enormous Dragon God Valley suddenly collapsed, with cracks appearing one after another. 13 cracks spread out in an orderly manner, as if they were going to split the entire Dragon God Valley. Ha ha ha, I've succeeded. I've finally succeeded. Dragon God Valley, Dragon Fire Lotus, I've finally succeeded. At this moment, an excited roar resounded throughout the entire Dragon Sea. When all the Dragon Clan members heard this voice, they immediately flew over and spread out in worship. Chapter 1790. 1790 ignited the birth of the God of Fire 3. What's going on in the Dragon God Valley? What kind of terrifying technique has our Lord Dragon God cultivated? The entire Dragon God Valley is slowly cracking. Heavens, what happened? The Dragon God's laughter rang out as all the members of the dragon race flew over to pay their respects to the Dragon God Valley. Upon seeing the neatly cracked Dragon God Valley, all the members of the Dragon God race revealed expressions of shock. This Dragon God Valley was transformed from the largest volcano on the Extraordinary Continent. It had been standing in the Dragon Sea for hundreds of thousands of years. It was the habitat of the strongest Dragon Clan. Similarly, it was also transformed and strengthened by countless peak experts of the Dragon Clan. Now, the entire Dragon God Valley was slowly cracking. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a vibrating sound was suddenly heard. The entire Dragon God Valley started to crack. What is Lord Dragon God doing? All the members of the Dragon Clan saw that the Dragon God Valley was actually broken. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Boom, boom, boom. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a loud bang and an excited roar came from the Dragon God Valley. Gulp. All the Dragon Clan experts swallowed their saliva and looked in front of them in shock. The entire Dragon God Valley slowly flew into the sky, and pieces of rock began to fall from the cracks. Gradually, the entire Dragon God Valley began to emit a faint red flame. The flames slowly burned, and the entire Dragon God Valley began to bloom. The appearance of a fire lotus appeared in the sight of all the dragon race members. In the middle of the fire lotus, the 30-meter-long god of the dragon race floated in the sky, his face full of excitement as he spread his wings. When the fire lotus of the dragon race blooms, my fire will raise this lotus of prosperity, using my body as the wick and human blood as the dye to ignite the godly fire. The fire lotus of the dragon race will turn the endless godly fire into my divine kingdom and become my divine position. Ha 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 ha. The god of the dragon race who was floating in the center of the fire lotus of the dragon race roared in excitement. Is our Lord Dragon God going to ignite the godly fire? God. Our Lord Dragon God is going to become a god, the first true god of our dragon race. All the members of the dragon race were filled with excitement when they heard the dragon god's words. Congratulations, Lord Dragon God. You are about to become a god. You are about to become the only true god of the Transcendence continent. Congratulations, Lord Dragon God. You are about to become a god. You are about to become the only true god of the Transcendence continent. The members of the dragon race also shouted excitedly. Roar! The god of the dragon race flew around the dragon fire lotus. The dragon fire lotus, which was 50 kilometers in size, gave off a terrifying power of fire. Lai Luyan, the god of the dragon race, looked forward with a dignified gaze and shouted softly. Dragon God. When the members of the dragon race heard the name that the dragon god called out, their expressions became slightly ugly. One of the fire dragon elders immediately said, Lord Dragon God, you have to avenge the first supreme elder. He was killed by Emperor Aoshan. Lord Dragon God, you have to avenge our water dragon clan. All the members of our water dragon clan were killed by the dragon palace. You have to avenge us. As soon as the fire dragon elder finished speaking, the water dragon clan's first elder's sorrowful and indignant voice immediately sounded. The two dragon race elders' words caused the dragon race's god to be slightly stunned. His face slowly darkened. What exactly happened? He flapped his wings and asked everyone with a dignified expression. The first elder of the water race and the fire dragon elder immediately told the dragon race's god what had happened. Lord Dragon God, the prestige of our dragon race has been reduced to the extreme in the transcendental continent. Even some of the sea beasts in the transcendental sea have distanced themselves from us, disobeying our orders. In the end, the dragon elder roared angrily. How's the collection of human blood coming along? The dragon god asked them with a gloomy face. Reporting to Lord Dragon God, all the blood has been collected. The dragon's son immediately flew over and knelt in the air. The blood in containers flew towards the dragon god. Dragon Palace, Aoshan the Great Emperor. Good, very good. He actually killed our dragon race members. Then use their corpses as fuel to help me raise my divine kingdom high up. The god of the dragon race received a large amount of blood, his eyes flashing with violent killing intent. Very soon, all the creatures of the Transcendence continent will be prostrating at my feet, singing my divine splendor. Pa! As the god of the dragon race spoke, the vessel containing the blood directly shattered. Large amounts of blood poured onto the dragon fire lotus. Summon all creatures of the continent to the Aoshan Empire. I want the entire continent to see what a true god truly is. A majestic voice resounded throughout the entire extraordinary sea. The blood within the dragon fire lotus slowly flowed to the center according to the patterns. Roar, roar, roar. An earth-shattering sound rang out. All the members of the dragon race prostrated themselves in the void with excited faces, looking up at their god. The extraordinary continent had been peaceful for 4 months after the dragon race had completely retreated into the Dragon Sea. These 4 months were the 4 months that the various major powers on the continent were extremely excited. The disappearance of the dragon race's overlord position made everyone of the human race feel elated. However, just today, a voice from the Draconid Empire once again stirred up the waves of the entire extraordinary continent. The dragon race will enter the peak of the Aoshan mountain of the Aoshan Empire in 7 days. Please consult Emperor Aoshan and order all living beings on the continent to head there. A piece of information caused everyone to reveal shocked expressions. The dragon race is heading to the peak of the Aoshan mountain. What are they trying to do? Take revenge? What are the dragon race trying to do? Why are they gathering all the living beings on the continent? What do the dragon race want? With Emperor Aoshan's strength, he shouldn't be afraid of the strongest expert of the dragon race, right? What are they trying to do? The news of the Draconid Empire spread through the entire Transcendence continent at a terrifying speed. Countless factions and countless people were filled with shock and bewilderment. After witnessing Emperor Aoshan's strength, no one believed that the dragon race still had the same ruling power as before. With a divine weapon in his hand, unless the strongest person in the dragon race also had a divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to defeat Emperor Aoshan. Unfortunately, the only divine weapon in the entire continent, was in the hands of Emperor Aoshan of the Aoshan Empire. "Oh, the dragon race is coming to our Aotion mountain peak? Announce it, then our Aoshan Empire will wait for the arrival of the dragon race. Also, see if you can contact the Dragon Palace and ask the Dragon King to come." After receiving the news, Emperor Aoshan frowned slightly and said with a wave of his hand. He wasn't really afraid of the dragon race. He was just afraid that the dragon race would take revenge on the Aoshan Empire after he died. The Aoshan Empire welcomes the dragon race. After Emperor Aoshan gave the order, the voice immediately spread to the entire Transcendence continent. Seeing how confident the Aoshan Empire was, everyone was secretly amazed. The current dragon race was really not as terrifying as before. Chapter 1791. 1791 ignited the birth of the god of fire 4. The declaration of the dragon race determined that they would arrive at the Aoshan Empire in 7 days, once again stirring up a storm in the entire transcendental continent. The Aoshan Empire welcomed the arrival of the dragon race directly, allowing all humans to see their confidence. Everyone on the transcendental continent knew that in 7 days, something huge would definitely happen in the Aoshan Empire. And this time, the dragon race was still very domineering as they ordered all the living beings on the transcendental continent to head to the Aoshan Empire. Some factions were curious, while others were wary of the dragon race's might. After all, a camel that died of emaciation was bigger than a horse. After receiving this news, all the major factions on the transcendental continent rushed towards the Aoshan Empire. This included the Nine God Empire and the Dragon Phoenix Empire. However, the Dragon Phoenix Empire's empress, Fengluan, was not in the Phoenix Palace. She did not follow them. All the factions on the continent headed towards the center of the Aoshan Empire, the Outyin Mountain Peak. Time slowly passed. On the 3rd day, countless people from the Draconid Empire, led by the Dragon Emperor, also rushed towards the Aoshan Empire. Seeing that the Draconid Empire had sent out their last remaining experts, all the factions were very curious and surprised. Just as all the forces on the continent were gathering toward the Aoshan Empire, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky from the Dragon Palace in the Extraordinary Sea. Over the past 4 months, all the members of the Dragon Palace had gathered in the Dragon Transformation Pool to crazily increase their strength. It took the Dragon Palace a full 3 months to absorb all the dragon blood. The corpses and even the fresh blood around the Dragon Palace were also absorbed by the Dragon Transformation Pool and turned into dragon blood. After these resources were absorbed by the members of the Dragon Palace, the strength of the entire Dragon Palace had a terrifying increase. Now, the weakest person in the entire Dragon Palace had the cultivation of level 8 of the see-through void tier and could fight against level 9 of the see-through void tier. 70% of the members of the Dragon Palace had the combat strength of the longevity realm. Among these 70%, 30% of the members had reached the longevity realm. Among them, other than Wang Xian, the strongest ones were Fengluan, Xiaolan, Lan Qingyue, and the leaders of the Dragon Palace. Fengluan's strength had directly risen to the 9th level of the longevity realm, which allowed her to fight against those at the half-step divine realm. Xiaolan's strength could fight against those at the 7th level of the longevity realm, Lan Qingyue, and the leaders at the 5th level of the longevity realm. This increase was enough to allow the Dragon Palace to have the strength of the Dragon Clan. One must know that it took the dragons hundreds of thousands of years to accumulate to their current state. 3 months of improvement had depleted all the resources, but Wang Xian was still floating in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Now that the news from the Aoshan Empire has arrived, I wonder how long it will take for me to improve. I wonder if I can still make it there? Let's wait for me to wake up first. The improvement this time around might be a qualitative leap, which is why it will take so long. Around the Dragon Transformation Pool, a group of girls looked at Wang Xian, who was enveloped by the 7-colored divine light. It had been a month. This time, Wang Xian's strength had yet to make a complete breakthrough. His 5,000-meter-long dragon body was continuously flowing with the 7-colored divine light. It was only until a month ago that the system notification of an upgrade rang out. However, the upgrade this time was different from the previous one. The upgrade this time allowed his strength to directly leap to the godly state. When he reached the 6th level of longevity, he had comprehended the domain. Divine Shadow Dragon Palace. The Divine Shadow Dragon Palace needed to absorb the power of the Dragon Palace to condense the Divine Shadow of the Dragon Palace. This process took a whole month. Buzz. Just as the group of girls were waiting for Wang Xian to make a breakthrough, the entire Dragon Palace trembled. A virtual Dragon Palace slowly materialized in the sky above Wang Xian. The Dragon Palace was about 10,000 meters long and looked like a miniature model of the Dragon Palace. Is Xiao Xian about to wake up? When the group of girls saw this scene, they looked at the Divine Shadow Dragon Palace in astonishment. Ding! The great grinding of the 5 elements is the backbone. The extremes of yin and yang are the flesh and blood, and the ancestral tree is the blood. The Divine Shadow Dragon Palace has been formed. Wang Xian, who was immersed in the process of upgrading, suddenly heard the voice from the system. His body trembled slightly. His dragon eyes opened slowly. Feeling the immense strength in his entire body, his face was filled with dignity. Wang Xian had a premonition that he would be able to destroy the entire Dragon Palace with just a slight movement. He felt that the supernatural continent had become insignificant in his heart. He could break through the restraints of the supernatural continent and enter the boundless starry sky. He could cross the void and survive in the starry sky. Is the Divine Shadow Dragon Palace the Divine Kingdom after becoming a god? Wang Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the virtual image of the Dragon Palace above him. The Divine Kingdom was the most important treasure of a god. It was also a manifestation of one's strength. To a god, the Divine Kingdom was like a root. As long as there was a drop of blood, it could be revived in the Divine Kingdom. It could be said that the Divine Kingdom was the source of the divine power. Even if it was a divine artifact, it was still inferior to a weak Divine Kingdom. He was only at level 6 of longevity. With the help of the Divine Shadow Dragon Palace, he could fight against a god. Buzz. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level 6 of longevity, 4th transformation of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Crystal, 35-421/500-000. Supernatural Ability. Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural Ability. Soul Absorbing, Spirit Attaching, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect, 5 Elements Great Mill, Dragon Kingdom in the Palm, Dragon Head under the Heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang Poles, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Domain, Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Palace, Level 5. Members of Dragon Palace, 23,433. Wang Xian had a thought, and his attributes appeared in his mind. Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. He looked at his domain that had become Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. He mumbled and raised his head slightly. I am the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. His body trembled. A strong suction force came from the Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom above him. Wang Xian did not resist. The lifelike central position of the Dragon Kingdom began to materialize. A dragon throne, which was equivalent to 1/5 of the Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom, appeared in the center of the Divine Kingdom. Wang Xian's body was directly seated on the Divine Throne. He hid in the Divine Kingdom and sat on the Divine Throne, overlooking the world. An aura that surpassed all living things rushed out from Wang Xian's body. He was high up. Those below the god level were all ants. Let's try taking human form. Wang Xian had a thought. The body of the Divine Dragon immediately reverted to human form. This time, he reverted to the human form, but there was no change in his body size. The human form was still 5,000 meters in size. He sat upright on the throne of God with an inviolable dignity. The group of girls did not even dare to look at Wang Xian directly. Haha. It's been 10 years. I've been on the Transcendence continent for 10 years. I can finally stand at the top of the continent. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, Wang Xian laughed out loud. Although he was not a true god yet, his strength was no weaker than that of a god. After today, he would truly stand at the top of the supernatural continent. It had been exactly 10 years since he had said that. Greetings, Dragon King. Congratulations on your great increase in strength. Feeling the strength of the Dragon King, all the members of the Dragon Palace flew over and shouted loudly, "Rise!" Hiding in the Divine Shadow Kingdom, Wang Xian waved his empty hand with a smile on his face. Chapter 1792. 1792 ignited the birth of the god of fire 5. God was high and mighty. Those who did not enter the realm of God would eventually become ants. Those who did not enter the realm of God would forever be trapped in a world. Once one stepped into the mirror of God, he would be able to roam the starry sky and enter the domains of other planets. Although Wang Xian had not reached the realm of true God, his strength was comparable to a true god who ignited a wisp of divine fire. After reaching the level of a true god, the strength of a true god would not be divided by 1 or 2 levels. Instead, it would be divided by the number of divine fires. The divine palace represented the source of the strength, while the divine fire represented the medium to ignite the strength for one's own use. The strength of a true god and the number of divine fires ignited were related to the quality of the divine palace. There was no specific division of the quality of the divine palace. However, the deeper the foundation of the divine palace, the more powerful the divine fire would be. Wang Xian had yet to ignite the divine fire. Looking at his 5,000-meter-sized human form and the 5 elements' great divine grinding device on his head, Wang Xian smiled faintly. His body moved and flew towards the group of girls. His body shrunk rapidly while the divine shadow kingdom entered his body directly. Xiao Xian, do you have the strength that is comparable to a god now? When the group of girls saw Wang Xian flying over, they felt like they were out of this world. They asked happily. Yes. Wang Xian nodded with a smile on his face. I am at level 6 of longevity. With my foundation, I can fight against or even kill a true god who has ignited a wisp of divine fire. That's great. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since a god appeared on the transcendental continent. With your strength, all the living beings on the transcendental continent have to submit to you. Our dragon palace will stand at the peak of the transcendence continent. The group of girls revealed excited expressions. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace and Wang Xian's combat strength at the true god level, they would be invincible on the Transcendence continent. Haha, how is it? I said that I want to stand at the peak of the continent within 10 years. Now, I've done it. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and laughed out loud happily as well. Look at how smug you are. Feng Luan rolled her eyes at him. Oh right, there's news from the Aoshan Empire. They want us to lead the Dragon Palace experts to the Outyin Mountain peak of the Aoshan Empire. Huh, what happened in the past few months? Wang Xian was slightly stunned and asked in puzzlement. While we were improving our strength, the great emperor of Aoshan made a move and killed the first supreme elder of the dragon race, a top-notch expert of the dragon race who was at the half-step godly state. Not long ago, the god of the dragon tribe announced that they were going to the Aoshan Empire. We don't know what exactly they are going to do. Now, all the forces and experts on the continent are heading to the Aoshan Empire. Should we rush over? Feng Luan continued. The dragon tribe is heading to the Aoshan Empire? All the forces on the continent are gathering? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as his eyes sparkled. What is the dragon race trying to do? However, this time, we can't miss it. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Since the entire continent had gathered, it was just the right time for him to announce his dominance. There are still 2 more days before the time the dragon race mentioned. If we head over now, I don't know if we can make it in time. Feng Luan said. It's fine as long as they haven't left. Wang Xian shook his head and swept his gaze across all the members of the Dragon Palace. We have to let all the living beings on the continent experience the strength of our dragon palace. Prepare to leave for the Aoshan Empire, Wang Xian shouted softly and ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace shouted excitedly. Soon, their Dragon Palace would be able to dominate the world and stand at the top of the supernatural continent. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of the 9 flood dragons could be heard. They pulled their dragon chairs and flew over. Let's go. Wang Xian moved his body. Other than the members of the Dragon Palace who were holding back, the rest of the 20,000-strong warriors of the Dragon Palace followed behind him. A group of girls stood on Shaolan and flew into the sky proudly. They looked down at the sky. An era that would soon belong to the Dragon Palace was about to be born. Roar, roar, roar. A carefree roar was emitted from the mouths of the members of the Dragon Palace. An extremely powerful aura filled the world. Every member of the Dragon Palace followed behind the Dragon King proudly as they flew towards the direction of the Aoshan Empire. Just as Wang Xian was leading a group of disciples of the Dragon Palace towards the direction of the Aoshan Empire. In the east of the Central Continent region, more than 300,000 Dragon Clan powerhouses were also flying towards the direction of the Aoshan Empire. At the front of the Dragon Clan, the god of the Dragon Clan was floating on a gigantic dragon fire lotus. The dragon fire lotus, which had a circumference of 50 kilometers, was exuding a terrifying power. The dragon race's god, who was loftily floating above the fire lotus, had an intense excitement and disdain in his eyes. He spread his wings, as if he was embracing the entire world. Along the way, all the citizens of the Draconid Empire saw this scene and hurriedly knelt on the ground to worship. Time slowly passed. 7 days passed very quickly. At this moment, at the lofty mountain peak of the lofty mountain empire, countless people were floating in the sky. The 11 lofty mountain peaks represented the highest mountain peak in the entire transcendental continent. The 7-day date was about to arrive. At least a few billion people had swarmed into the Aoshan Empire. With the vastness of the lofty mountain peak, it was enough for a few 100 million people to gather around without appearing crowded. They came from the 4 great empires of the transcendental continent, the various major factions. There were countless humans and demon beasts. In the middle of the 2 peaks in the sky of the Outyin Mountain Peak, a group of experts from the Aoshan Empire stood in an orderly formation. They were waiting for the arrival of the dragon race. The time is almost up. Why hasn't the dragon race arrived yet? I wonder what the dragon race is up to this time. Will there be a fight? It shouldn't be. You have to know that this is the base of the Aoshan Empire, with countless arrays. Even if the dragon race is here to start a war, they wouldn't be stupid enough to choose this place. Quick look. The dragon race's experts are here. Hiss. All the members of the dragon race are here. Oh my God. There are actually hundreds of thousands of them. In the surroundings, everyone was floating in the sky and talking softly. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise was heard, and everyone looked towards the east. A huge team of the dragon race appeared in everyone's line of sight. The dragon fire lotus that was 50 kilometers in radius. The powerful dragons that were flapping their dragon wings. That terrifying and violent aura caused everyone's faces to reveal shock. This was the first time everyone had witnessed all the power of the dragon race. The former overlord was indeed the former overlord. Welcome, dragon god. Welcome, dragon race. At the easternmost position, tens of millions of people of the Draconid Empire knelt in the void under the leadership of the Dragon Emperor and shouted loudly. Chapter 1793. 1793 ignited the birth of the god of fire 6. The arrival of the dragon race caused the area within a few thousand kilometers to instantly become quiet. Everyone looked towards the east, looking at the god of the dragon race who was floating above an incomparably huge fire lotus. They looked behind the god of the dragon race, at the densely packed fire dragons and wind dragons that were flapping their enormous wings. In the past, Every dragon expert that flapped their wings had the terrifying power to destroy an entire city. Now, there were over 300,000 of them gathered together, and they were extremely terrifying. This was especially so for the god of the dragon race who was floating above the gigantic fire lotus. In the past, the dragon race didn't have any so-called god of the dragon race, but with the appearance of this person, the dragon race also became known as the god of the dragon race. The strength of the dragon race, even if they are no longer the overlords, is still not something that others can provoke. This is the foundation, so terrifying. Doesn't the dragon clan have the fire dragon clan, the wind dragon clan, and the water dragon clan? Why is there no water dragon clan now? That's right. Why isn't the water dragon clan here? Oh right, it seems that the one who attacked the dragon palace back then was more than 100,000 experts of the water dragon clan. Could it be that the entire water dragon clan has been destroyed by the dragon palace? Hiss. Seeing that the dragon clan was getting closer and closer, the silent surroundings began to discuss. Roar, roar. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded. The clouds in the sky that had gathered in the sky dissipated under this wild roar. Roar, roar, roar. After this dragon roar ended, an even more terrifying and orderly dragon roar sounded from behind. The roar of hundreds of thousands of dragon race experts almost caused the surrounding experts who were gathered in the sky to fall to the ground. Everyone's faces were slightly pale as they looked at all the dragon race experts in shock. Everyone from the dragon race knows that you're here. There's no need to shout anymore. After the voice ended, a faint voice sounded and entered everyone's ears. Ao Shan, the great emperor, appeared at the front of the Ao Shan Empire with the towering mountain divine weapon in his hand. He stared at the dragon god on the fire lotus from afar. Dragon god, we meet again. I wonder what you have to announce today with all the members of the dragon race. Ao Shan, the great emperor, stared at him and said indifferently, Roar, roar. Ao Shan, the great emperor, what do you think I'm here for? The dragon god flapped his wings and stared coldly at great Emperor Aoshan. To gather all the factions and experts of the entire transcendent continent, how would I know what your dragon god is doing? Haha. Great Emperor Aoshan stretched his arm and laughed. Doing what? Haha. Gathering all the experts of the continent is naturally to worship me. Praise me, praise me. Haha. As the god of dragon race spoke, he started laughing maniacally. Oh, what? God of dragon race, what is he doing? When they saw the god of dragon race, who had a disdainful look on his face, and heard his words, the hundreds of millions of experts from the transcendent continent were slightly shocked. They looked at him in astonishment. He had gathered all the forces on the continent, yet he was still so overbearing and arrogant. What was the god of dragon race doing? God of the dragon race, you haven't changed at all. You're still as domineering as ever. Emperor Ao Shan frowned and said coldly when he saw the god of the dragon race who was still as arrogant as ever. Roar. Emperor Ao Shan, are you guilty of killing the first supreme elder of the dragon race? Suddenly, the dragon race's cold and furious voice sounded as soon as Emperor Ao Shan finished his words. Killing the first supreme elder of the dragon race is a crime punishable by death. If you offend the dragon race, you shall be exterminated. The dragon king stood up, bowed, and replied loudly, Haha, good. Emperor Ao Shan, I have brought the dragon race's experts here today to kill you. I have come to exterminate your Ao Shan empire, haha. Today, I will use your blood and the blood of your Ao Shan empire to dye my throne. The god of dragons laughed maniacally as he flapped his huge wings and flew beneath the fire lotus. He stared at Emperor Aoshan as if he was being judged. The god of dragons actually wants to destroy Emperor Aoshan. What's going on? What is the god of dragons thinking? He came here today to destroy Emperor Aoshan? Is that even possible? With Emperor Aoshan's strength and the fact that this place belongs to the Outyin Mountain Peak, it's impossible for him to destroy Emperor Aoshan. When the surrounding experts heard the dragon race's words, they were all stunned. God of the dragon race, you couldn't kill me 10,000 years ago. Do you think you can kill me now? When Emperor Aoshan heard his words, his face didn't change at all. He stared at him coldly. In my eyes, you are just an ant. An ant can compete with the dragon god. Die. The dragon god flapped his wings, and the dragon fire lotus above him slowly closed, like a divine flower that was about to bloom. Boom. He waved his dragon claw, and the closed dragon fire lotus slowly aimed at Aoshan Emperor. A pillar of fire exploded and shot out. The pillar of fire within a 10-kilometer radius was like a super tech weapon that could destroy planets. Damn it! When Aoshan Emperor saw the dragon god attack, he had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He didn't think that the dragon god would come here today to kill him. Aoshan Emperor's figure moved, and he threw the towering mountain in his hand. The towering mountain quickly grew bigger, and the earthen yellow energy blocked the attack of the pillar of fire. His body moved, and he directly flew to a height of 100 kilometers in the sky. At this distance, he had almost reached the highest layer of the atmosphere. Roar, 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 the towering mountain's divine artifact. 10,000 years have passed, and you are still a level 9 longevity trash. Today will be your doomsday, and it will be the day my light shines on the continent. The god of the dragon race looked at the divine artifact that was 10 kilometers in size, and a mocking expression appeared in his eyes. Dragon fire lotus. Crack, crack, crack. He flapped his wings and flew to the bottom of the dragon fire lotus. The fire lotuses opened one by one, and there were fire dragons roaring on them. Holding the dragon fire lotus, he released endless dragon flames and directly attacked the sky. Hiss! When everyone saw the sudden outbreak of the battle between the god of the dragon race and the great Emperor Aoshan, a look of shock appeared on their faces. The god of dragon race is here today to destroy Emperor Aoshan. This is completely out of everyone's expectations. The god of dragon race and Emperor Aoshan can be considered two of the strongest experts on the transcendent continent. Even the Dragon Palace Dragon King might be slightly weaker. The Dragon Palace Dragon King is no match for the god of dragon race and Emperor Aoshan. They are fighting in the sky over 1,000,000 kilometers away. We can't see the actual battle at all. Seeing Emperor Aoshan and the god of the dragon race charge into the sky over 1,000,000 kilometers away, all of them widened their eyes in disgust and shock. The actions of the dragon race were out of everyone's expectations. A bunch of ants. Those who obey the dragon race will prosper, and those who defy the dragon race will die. A fire dragon elder from the dragon race glanced at all the living beings around him and roared coldly. His words caused everyone to be filled with anger. Chapter 1794. 1794 ignited the birth of the god of fire 7. What do you mean by going along with your dragon race and going against your dragon race? Do you really think that you can kill whoever you want? That's right. What are you being so arrogant for? We, the great Emperor of Aoshan, have a divine weapon. It's impossible for the god of the dragon race to defeat us. The words of the dragon race's fire dragon elder, those who go along with us will prosper, and those who go against us will die, caused everyone around, especially the people from the Aoshan Empire, to be filled with anger as they retorted. If it was in the past, they would never have dared to be so arrogant towards the dragon race. However, now that the Aoshan Emperor had forcefully suppressed the second strongest expert of the dragon race, and the Dragon Palace had completely blocked the dragon race's attack, many people felt that the once invincible dragon race no longer had such a powerful ruling power. When the dragon race god wanted to kill the Aoshan Emperor, the experts from the Aoshan Empire were naturally incomparably furious. Roar, you bunch of ants, we will soon welcome your destruction. When the group of dragon race experts heard the words of the Aoshan Empire's experts, anger appeared on their faces as they raised their heads and roared ferociously. Destruction? HMPH, arrogant things. What do you think you are if you say we are ants? Doesn't your dragon race have 3 races? Why are there experts of the water dragon race now? Have you been destroyed by the experts from the Dragon Palace? Haha, how dare you call others ants? A young elite from the Aoshan Empire said mockingly. Shut up. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the last remaining water dragon clan elder glared at everyone from the Aoshan Empire and roared with killing intent. Very soon, your Aoshan Empire will crawl under our feet. Very soon, all the members of the Dragon Palace will suffer a fate worse than death. The first elder of the Water Dragon clan roared with a face full of malevolence and a body full of killing intent. Waves of explosive water currents jumped on his body, as if he was about to lose control at any moment. Ao Baiming saw the ferocious look of the first elder of the Water Dragon clan and gestured to the experts behind him to stop talking. Even if the Dragon Tribe didn't have the same ruling power as before, the 300,000 Dragon Tribe experts were still no match for them without the great emperor of the Aoshan Empire. However, even though the experts of the Aoshan Empire stopped talking, everyone received a piece of information from the first elder of the Water Dragon Tribe. Everyone was certain that the Water Dragon Tribe, the entire 100,000 people of the Water Dragon Tribe, had all been destroyed by the Dragon Palace. It was obvious that the Dragon Palace hadn't been destroyed. It seems that the Dragon Palace is stronger than we thought. To be able to destroy the entire Water Dragon clan and block the attacks of countless sea beasts, the Dragon Palace isn't simple. With the appearance of Emperor Aoshan in the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Clan is no longer as invincible as before. The crowd discussed in a low voice. All the members of the dragon race could hear their discussion clearly, and their faces were filled with fury. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon god didn't give the order, all the dragons would have charged at any ant that dared to look down on them. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a terrifying collision sound suddenly came from the sky. The sound caused some of the weaker people to quickly cover their ears and look up at the sky in shock. When they looked up, they saw that the entire sky was filled with flames. In the middle of the flames, a dragon's fire lotus was emitting a terrifying flame radiance. A mountain that seemed to have existed since ancient times was clashing with the dragon's fire lotus. Hiss! If this attack were to explode on the ground, it would probably affect everything within a 10,000 li radius. The clash between the two strongest experts of the transcendent continent, the divine weapon and the dragon race. Everyone was attracted by the battle in the sky and looked up in shock. In the face of that terrifying battle, even the longevity experts were trembling. Not to mention those at the transcendent realm. Unfortunately, they were too far away and could only see the dragon fire lotus colliding with the divine weapon. They didn't know who had the upper hand. 10,000 years ago, they had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. This time, it wouldn't be short either. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fierce collisions rang out again and again. At this moment, over 100 kilometers in the sky, Emperor Aoshan was floating on top of the divine weapon. He looked at the fire lotus in front of him with an extremely unsightly expression. He had used the towering mountain to collide 5 or 6 times in a row, but he was actually unable to completely shake the enormous fire lotus in front of him. This made him have a bad premonition. Roar, roar, roar. Aoshan the Great Emperor, I have reached the half-step divine realm in 1,000 years. 10,000 years ago, I was able to contend against you with the divine weapon in your hand. Now that 10,000 years have passed, how can I not be able to contend against your divine weapon? Furthermore, I have to thank you. Because of you, I was able to create the dragon fire lotus, preparing me to hold my divine kingdom high up. Ha ha ha. The god of the dragon race hovered on the dragon fire lotus, his eyes filled with excitement as he stared at Emperor Aoshan. Waves of flames danced around him. After 10,000 years, the talented god of the dragon race had not only created the dragon fire lotus and found the method to become a god, but he had also comprehended the control of flames to a terrifying level. 10,000 years was a long time for a genius who had dominated the dragon race for hundreds of thousands of years. It was enough for him to reach another peak, even if he had not become a god yet. Raising the divine kingdom high up? Emperor Aoshan was slightly shocked when he heard the god of the dragon race's words. Lighting the divine fire, condensing the divine spark, and raising the divine kingdom. The first and last steps were the most crucial. After stepping over, one would become a true god. Divine kingdom? Today, I will use the divine weapon to shatter your divine kingdom. Emperor Aoshan raised his hands with a solemn expression, and waves of earthy yellow energy poured into the divine weapon. Towering mountain, suppress. Suppress? The towering mountain gave off an extremely heavy aura. The earthy yellow light locked onto the dragon fire lotus, and a powerful suction force came from the towering mountain. Boom, boom, boom. On the towering mountain, two big words slowly appeared. Suppression. A useless 9th level Wancho using a divine weapon. What a waste. The god of the dragon race stared at the divine weapon charging at him with fiery eyes, and said in a cold voice, Dragonfire Lotus, transform, Dragonfire Spear. With a wild roar, the fire lotus of the array formation began to close, like a missile that was emitting flames. Roar. You're not strong enough to control a divine weapon. Without a divine weapon, you're nothing but an ant. Go to hell. The sky-high mountain charged at the dragonfire lotus. The god of the dragon race flapped his dragon wings and slashed toward Aoshan Emperor. Aoshan Emperor held his breath and controlled the sky-high mountain with all his strength. He ignored the attack of the god of the dragon race. He believed in the defensive power of the divine artifact. Crack, crack, crack. However, when the dragon fire lotus collided with the towering mountain, the flames and the yellow energy started to die. Chapter 1795. 1795 ignited the birth of the god of fire 8. Oh no, not good. When the towering mountain and the dragon fire lotus collided. When Aoshan the Great saw the earth-yellow energy around the towering mountain and the flames on the dragon fire lotus begin to extinguish at the same time, his expression changed drastically. More than 10,000 years ago, he and the dragon race god were able to battle for 3 days and 3 nights because he relied on the defense of the divine artifact to make it completely unbreakable. In this situation where he couldn't break through the defense, Emperor Aoshan was in an undefeatable position. But now, the towering mountain's defense was broken by the fire lotus. Although the flames around the fire lotus had also dissipated, it wasn't fatal to the god of dragons. But at this moment, he was fatal. Looking at the god of dragons pouncing at him, Emperor Aoshan's eyes revealed fear. His body moved, and he hurriedly dodged to the bottom of the towering mountain. You, a level 9 longevity trash, also want to dodge my pursuit. The god of the dragon race's eyes were filled with disdain. He flapped his dragon wings and aimed his dragon claws. Roar, roar, roar. With a roar, the dragon's shadow flickered. You haven't reached the deity realm yet. How can you create such a terrifying weapon? This is impossible. Aoshan Emperor roared in horror. Haha, the godly state and the godly weapon are very different. You wouldn't understand even if I told you a piece of trash like you. Furthermore, how much power can a piece of trash like you unleash with the godly weapon? Today, I will use your last drop of blood as a dye to ignite my godly fire. Roar, roar. A furious voice sounded from behind. Aoshan Emperor could feel the dragon god getting closer and closer. A look of shock and despair appeared on his face. Pooh! At this moment, a dragon claw suddenly appeared on his left and right. A blazing power and an indestructible dragon claw clawed at Aoshan Emperor's body. The expression of the Aoshan Emperor froze. His eyes were filled with despair. Trash, you still want to challenge me? The dragon claw grabbed onto the Aoshan Emperor, causing his body to tremble violently. The powerful flames and power caused him to be heavily injured. The towering mountain also trembled in the air and slowly shrank. After losing his control, the light of the divine weapon also gradually disappeared. The dragon claw suffocated him so much that he didn't even have the chance to scream. Cough, cough, cough. Emperor Aoshan spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Emperor Aoshan with despair. How did you? Trash, cut the crap. Next, You'll have the honor of using your blood to ignite my divine fire. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon god's dragon claw grabbed Emperor Aoshan. With a wave of his dragon wings, the shrunken mountain flew to his other claw. Aoshan Emperor's eyes widened when he heard the dragon god's words. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ignite the divine fire? Dragon fire lotus, bloom. At that moment, the dragon god raised his head and roared. The closed fire lotus began to open. The dragon god stared at the spot below. He spread his wings and descended. His wings carried the dragon fire lotus. Next, he was going to accomplish a feat that no living creature in the entire Transcendence continent had accomplished in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Ignite the divine fire. The collision above has ended. What's going on? How did it end so quickly? There aren't any screams. Are we not going to fight anymore? Emperor Aoshan has a divine weapon, so it's very difficult to defeat him. The god of the dragon race is very powerful, so it's impossible for him to be defeated so quickly. It seems like we're not going to fight anymore. After the collision in the sky ended, there was no sound for more than 10 seconds. Some people said in astonishment, "Roar, roar, roar." At this moment, a dragon's roar filled with majesty resounded through the entire sky. A powerful aura came charging towards them from all directions. Not good. What a terrifying aura. Oh my god, look quickly, look at the sky. The god of the dragon race, the god of the dragon race. When the terrifying aura descended, countless people hurriedly flew down. Facing this kind of pressure, they couldn't hold on at all. However, at this moment, a series of shocked voices rang out. Some people tried their best to resist the pressure and looked up. When they saw the god of the dragon race carrying the huge fire lotus and descending, their faces were filled with shock. The dragon god has Emperor Aoshan in his dragon claw. Oh my god, Emperor Aoshan has been defeated. No, how is this possible? Our emperor has a divine weapon. How can he be defeated? Disbelieving and terrified voices sounded one after another. Everyone looked at the dragon god, Emperor Aoshan, under his dragon claw, and their bodies trembled. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon god is invincible. The dragon god is invincible in the extraordinary continent. In the dragon race and the dragon empire, all the experts of the dragon race and the dragon race bowed respectfully in the sky and roared loudly. Oh no! It's over. How is this possible? All the experts of the Aoshan Empire were filled with despair. The dragon god lifted the fire lotus, and under the illumination of the huge fire lotus, he looked like a dragon god that had descended from the sky. The dragon claw held the Aoshan Emperor. This invincible posture filled everyone's eyes with respect and shock. All living beings, kneel down for me. The god of the dragon race slowly stopped about 10 kilometers in the sky. His majestic voice resounded in everyone's mind. Let go of my grandfather. Ao Baiming looked at the extremely miserable Aoshan Emperor, who even found it difficult to breathe, and roared with blood-red eyes. Ant. The dragon god lightly tapped his dragon claw, and a ball of flames appeared around Ao Baiming. Ah! A miserable scream instantly came out of Ao Baiming's mouth. He struggled violently to escape from the flames. However, it was useless. Boom! An explosion sounded from Ao Baiming's body. The miserable scream stopped abruptly, and his body fell down. My god, how terrifying! Aoshan Monarch. Everyone trembled in shock. Some of them quickly fell to the ground, kneeling in fear. Everyone. No one had expected the dragon god to be so powerful. The Aoshan monarch, who had a divine weapon, had been killed in such a short period of time. Aoshan Emperor Lord was lightly tapped and set on fire. How terrifying! Just as the dragon race had shouted, the transcendent continent was invincible. Kneel! The god of the dragon race saw the humiliated expressions of some of the experts of the Aoshan Empire and shouted again. Boom! Boom! The dragon fire lotus that was lifted seemed to release fireworks as an extremely terrifying flame landed in the center of the experts of the Aoshan Empire. Ah! Screams of pain rang out as over 10,000 experts from the Aoshan Empire died. Kneel down! Kneel down! When everyone around saw this scene, they fell to the ground in fear, kneeling down and prostrating themselves. Many people's bodies were trembling. The dragon race was still that invincible dragon race. Roar, roar, roar. Next, welcome the birth of the true god. The number one in the continent, the dragon god. Chapter 1796. 1796 held up the divine kingdom. Roar, roar, roar. Next, welcome the birth of the true god. The continent's number one, dragon god. On the lofty mountain peak of the Aoshan Empire, countless people knelt on the ground. When the voice of the dragon race's god resounded throughout the sky, everyone was slightly shocked. Countless people's pupils constricted, their faces filled with astonishment. The birth of the true god. Some people quietly raised their heads and glanced at the sky. There hadn't been a god born in the entire transcendental continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Although the god of the dragon race was called the dragon god, he only called himself that, not a true god. Now, the god of the dragon race suddenly said that he wanted them to witness the birth of a true god. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Roar, roar, roar. Everyone raised their heads, pray, praise, sing praises, and welcome the birth of our dragon race's true god. At that moment, a roar from the dragon race sounded. All the people kneeling on the ground immediately raised their heads in shock. Could it be that the god of the dragon race is really going to become a true god? Isn't the divine path of the transcendence continent already broken? The god of the dragon race is really going to ignite the divine fire. This can't be true, right? The dragon race has ruled for hundreds of thousands of years, and the god of the dragon race is even able to kill Emperor Aoshan, who has a divine weapon. Perhaps the dragon race is really going to have a true god. Hundreds of millions of people raised their heads in a daze, looking up at the figure in the sky. In the sky beside them, everyone from the dragon race and the Draconid Empire was kneeling in the air, watching with excitement. Roar, roar, roar. With my dragon blood, I will water the divine kingdom. At this moment, the god of the dragon race, who had a crazed and excited expression, floated below the dragon fire lotus. He roared wildly, and blood began to flow on his body. Drops of dragon blood were directly poured into the root of the dragon fire lotus. Seeing this scene of the dragon god, everyone was shocked. He forced out his own blood and poured it on the fire lotus. This kind of behavior was either a genius or a madman. Hua hua hua. The dragon god's blood flowed into the fire lotus, and the huge fire lotus closed again. Wash my body with the blood of humans. Another roar sounded. The god of the dragon race slowly looked at Emperor Aoshan, who was in his dragon claw, and a burning expression appeared on his face. Use the blood of humans at the peak of the transcendent continent to help me ignite the divine fire. Roar. As he spoke, he waved his dragon claw, and Emperor Aoshan's body flew to the tip of the closed dragon fire lotus. Ah! Emperor Aoshan screamed as the sharp tip pierced through his body. His blood flowed into the dragon fire lotus. Seeing this scene, everyone below sucked in a cold breath. The citizens of the Aoshan Empire were all red-faced and trembling. Emperor Aoshan had fallen. Let it bloom, dragon fire lotus. The god of dragon's blood quickly flowed into the dragon fire lotus. His face and even his entire body turned pale. His body seemed to have lost a lot of weight. His entire body was shaking. Walala. As his voice fell, the dragon fire lotus slowly bloomed. At the bottom of the lotus, streams of blood flowed towards the god of dragon's body. The pure blood landed on the god of the dragon race. He raised his head and slowly closed his eyes. Faint flames appeared on his body. Seeing this unbelievable scene, everyone was shocked. The dragon fire lotus slowly bloomed. At the center of the fire lotus, there was a stream of blood. The blood was over 1,000 meters long and looked like the wick of the dragon fire lotus. At the very top, There was the fresh blood of the great Emperor Aoshan. Today, the god of the dragon race has ignited the divine fire, causing the light of God to illuminate the entire Transcendence continent. The god of the dragon race, who had absorbed the blood of countless humans, slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the dragon fire lotus in the sky. His voice was filled with authority, and the strands of flames on his body suddenly exploded. Boom! A stream of flames shot straight towards the dragon fire lotus. The flames followed the patterns and quickly spread towards the center of the dragon fire lotus. Buzz! At this moment, everyone felt the surrounding space tremble. The sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers turned red, and countless flames danced within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Heaven and earth phenomenon. The heaven and earth phenomenon appeared, and everyone's faces were filled with shock when they saw this scene. Heaven and earth phenomenon. The sign of becoming a god. Ha ha ha. Everyone from the dragon race in the Draconid Empire muttered with excitement on their faces. Their eyes were filled with fervor and piety. Buzz! At the center of the dragon fire lotus, a strand of blood that was 1,000 meters long slowly began to burn. From the bottom, it gradually spread to the highest point. Wong wong wong. At this moment, the dragon fire lotus released a dazzling light, and the flames within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers quickly flew in this direction as if they were worshipping. Countless fire spirits followed the burning wick and entered the dragon fire lotus. Immediately after, the countless flames passed through the dragon fire lotus root and entered the body of the god of dragons. Roar! 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 A violent roar filled with excitement sounded from his mouth. His body began to transform. Large scales fell from his body, and new dragon scales quickly formed. The new dragon scales were like rubies, flowing with a brilliant divine light. He began to transform. He began to shed his mortal body and form a god's body. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly rang out. A streak of flame seemed to fly from the sky and directly flew into the dragon fire lotus. When it came out from below, it had already turned into a flame crystal core. The crystal core contained vast power. The flame crystal core directly entered the body of the dragon god. Boom! In an instant, the aura of the dragon god increased by dozens of times. Roar, roar, roar! Ignite the divine fire and condense the divine spark. A minute later, the dragon god suddenly opened his eyes. Divine light flashed in his eyes, majestic and inviolable. He roared excitedly and loudly. Even his body trembled violently. I will raise my divine kingdom high up and illuminate the transcendental continent. I will become the only true god of the transcendental continent. Rumble. His furious roar sounded, and the surrounding sky was filled with thunderous sounds. It was as if the sky was responding to him. Voila! The god of the dragon race spread his wings, and his transformed body had already reached the size of 1,000 meters. His two dragon wings spread, reaching a terrifying height of about 3,000 meters. He floated below the dragon fire lotus, raising his divine kingdom high up. Oh my God! The god of the dragon race has really become a true god. At this moment, everyone below, including the entire central continent, felt the world change. The throbbing of flames, the boundless sound of the heavens. Everyone had the urge to prostrate on the ground and worship. This boundless power belonged to a god. Ha ha ha! I am a true god of the transcendent continent, and all beings of the transcendent continent worship me. Chapter 1797. 1797 was high and mighty. All beings of the transcendental continent, worship me. A vast majesty came out of the mouth of the god of the dragon race. He was the true god of the dragon race, the true god of the dragon race. He said, all beings worship me. It was filled with boundless power. Below, all the shocked people couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship the dragon god. It was as if the voice of the dragon god was filled with irresistible power. Roar! The dragon god raised his divine kingdom, and when he saw this scene, his face revealed an excited roar. At this moment, A trace of joy rose in everyone's hearts, as if they were happy for the dragon god. Every move and action affected everyone's soul. This caused some experts to feel their souls and bodies change involuntarily, and their faces were filled with shock. God was high and mighty. God was unstoppable. We pay our respects to the dragon god. We will spread the image of Lord Dragon God across the entire transcendental continent for billions of living beings to worship. At the Dragon Race and the Draconid Empire, a group of experts shouted excitedly. From now on, the Dragon Race will become a race of gods on the transcendental continent. The Dragon God looked at the Dragon Race and directly announced, "One of the gods." All the members of the Dragon Race were excited. The one and only race with a true god on the continent. The Dragonman Empire, you are my people, and I will protect you. The entire continent will be ruled by you, and you will be the nobles of the extraordinary continent. The Dragon God looked in the direction of the Dragonman Empire. Thank you, Dragon God. Thank you, Dragon God. The son of the dragon and all the experts of the Draconid Empire revealed extremely excited expressions. Apart from the ocean being ruled by them, they would also become the nobles of the entire continent. People above people. All creatures of the Aoshan Empire will be reduced to slaves. Creatures of other factions will become ordinary civilians. The Dragon God continued to announce. He was high and mighty, and he set the rules of the entire Transcendence continent. This demoted all of us from the Aoshan Empire to slaves. The original citizens of the Dragonman Empire are nobles. The citizens of the Aoshan Empire are slaves, and we are commoners. The Dragon God actually set the rules. Slaves. When everyone heard the Dragon God's words, their bodies trembled violently. Especially the people of the Aoshan Empire, all of their faces were extremely pale. They had been demoted to slaves. Becoming the slaves of the entire continent, this was simply an incomparable humiliation. But what could they do? Oh God, the one who set the rules was the only true God of the Transcendence continent. What could they use to resist God? Quickly thank the Dragon God for his grace. An elder of the Dragon clan looked at the silent people and shouted loudly. A powerful aura pressed down, making the faces of the people kneeling on the ground extremely ugly. The Dragon clan was the God clan, and the Draconids of the Draconid Empire were the nobles. The rest of the people would be just like slaves. In the future, the Dragon clan and the Draconid Empire would rule the world, and no one in the world would dare to resist them. They could imagine that in the next 100,000 years at least, they would crawl and survive. Roar, roar. At this moment, 9 roars came from afar. The sudden roar made everyone slightly stunned. Even the Dragon Race and the Dragon God looked towards the source of the sound. Crash! The Dragon God flapped his wings and flew to the top of the Dragon Fire Lotus. His pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through the world. When he saw the figures described by his subordinates, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked down at the arrival of the forces in front of him from above. Little Xian, just now, there was a phenomenon of the heaven and earth within a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. There was also a vast sound. What on earth happened? At this moment, at a spot 100 kilometers away from the peak of the Outyin Mountain, Wang Xian and the members of the Dragon Palace rushed over. Just now, they had also witnessed the extremely powerful heaven and earth metamorphosis. The group of girls were filled with shock. I don't know. It must be related to the peak of the Outyin Mountain. Wang Xian was deep in thought. When he recalled the heaven and earth phenomenon and the rumbling thunder just now, his eyes sparkled. Such a vast power could affect an area of more than 100,000 kilometers. It was definitely not something that an ordinary powerhouse could do. Unless it was a god. However, the divine path of the transcendental continent had been severed, and there were no more gods appearing in the hundreds of thousands. Is it a powerful divine artifact, or? He muttered as he watched the distance between him and the peak of the Aotian mountain get closer and closer. He opened his yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Wang. In an instant, everything within the Aotian mountain appeared before his eyes. Oh! When he saw the situation over there, He was slightly stunned, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Finally, his gaze landed on the dragon god who was on the gigantic dragon fire lotus. Has he become a god? He mumbled. At this moment, the scene at the peak of the Outyin mountain appeared clearly in the sight of everyone in the dragon palace. At the peak of the Outyin mountain, the people from the dragon race, the Draconid Empire, and all the other forces also saw the arrival of Wang Xian and the rest. A few terrifying creatures that were more than 1,000 meters in size were pulling a dragon chair. They were so huge that they could even be described as gigantic beasts. They were powerful creatures riding on powerful flaming mounts. Everyone immediately recognized the arrival of the powerhouses from the Dragon Palace. 9 longevity-level creatures were pulling a dragon chair. In the entire continent, no other faction could match up to them. After the Dragon Palace managed to fend off the attacks of the Dragon Clan, they were even at their peak. They were known as one of the strongest existences on the continent. The Dragon King was also known as the 3rd most powerful expert on the continent. However, when they saw the sudden arrival of the Dragon Palace, they were slightly stunned and showed some sympathy at the same time. The Dragon Palace had come at the wrong time. They were probably doomed. Everyone thought to themselves. They knelt on the ground and raised their heads to look at all the members of the Dragon Palace. They felt that the strength of the Dragon Palace seemed to have improved a lot. Unfortunately, the Dragon Palace is going to be destroyed in front of God. I'm afraid the Dragon Clan is going to fall too. Some people said sympathetically. The Dragon Palace is the Dragon King and all the members of the Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha, you don't want to go to heaven, but you want to break into hell. When all the members of the Dragon Palace came to a position 50 kilometers away, a violent voice sounded from the Dragon Clan's position. The first elder of the Water Dragon Clan stood up with a ferocious expression and roared at the members of the Dragon Palace. Lord Dragon God, you must take revenge for our Water Dragon Clan. As he spoke, he knelt down and said to the Dragon God. Everyone looked at the members of the Dragon Palace in unison. All the ants of the Dragon Palace, come and receive the judgment of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon God looked down from above and shouted arrogantly at all the members of the Dragon Palace. His voice resounded in the ears of every member of the Dragon Clan, and all the members of the Dragon Palace couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, cheer up immediately. The Dragon God's majestic voice didn't have much effect on the experts of the Dragon Clan. Feng Luan swept her gaze over and was extremely surprised. However, she shouted at all the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire without any fear. Chapter 1798. 1798. At the peak of the 1798 continent, Dragon King versus Dragon God 1. That is, Empress, it's over. The Empress still doesn't know that the god of the dragon race has become a true god. She's finished. She's so close to the Dragon Palace. The Empress is also finished. I wonder if she will implicate the Dragon Phoenix Empire. When everyone saw Feng Luan completely ignore the Dragon God's words and shouted all the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, everyone below was shocked. The soldiers and important ministers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire who came this time nearly wet their pants when they heard their Empress's words. They were facing a true god, the first true god of the extraordinary continent in hundreds of thousands of years. In front of a god, all the Empire's forces were nothing but rubble. With a slight movement of the Dragon God, an empire that had been around for hundreds of thousands of years could collapse instantly. To provoke the Dragon God now was undoubtedly courting death. Empress, the god of the dragon race has become a true god, you. A soldier with a face full of cold sweat hurriedly reminded Feng Luan. Oh, a true god. Feng Luan was slightly stunned. Following that, her pupils contracted slightly as she looked at the dragon god who was standing high above on the dragon fire lotus. All the members of the Dragon Palace and Wang Xian's gaze also landed on the dragon god. Kneel down and wait for the judgment of the dragon god. Otherwise, we will make you beg for death. The first elder of the Water tribe shouted with a ferocious and excited face. Sigh. All the generals, Ministers, and other experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire heaved a heavy sigh. Their Lord Wang and even the Empress were in danger. Dragon God? Didn't the divine path of the Transcendence continent already end? Wang Xian glanced at the ferocious water dragon and looked at the dragon god as though he was asking a question or mumbling to himself. A bunch of ants, how dare you kill our dragon disciples? I will send all of you into my divine kingdom and let you enjoy the pain of being burned by the fire for 10,000 years. The dragon god saw everyone in the dragon palace standing there motionlessly. He spoke without any change in his expression. As he spoke, his dragon wings flapped gently. An incomparably huge flame cage flew out from the dragon fire lotus and covered all the members of the dragon palace. Wang Xian looked at the dragon god who was standing high up in the sky. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. He smiled gently. A god? It's a pity that I'm not afraid of a god. Wang Xian stood up slowly. He looked at the flames enveloping them and said faintly, You don't know death. You are the first and last person who dares to speak to me like that. Today, I will let you bunch of ignorant ants experience the power of a true god. When the dragon god heard Wang Xian's words, his face turned cold instantly. Boom! The flaming cage that flew out from the dragon fire lotus suddenly emitted towering flames. The flames condensed into the shape of a fire dragon. There were more than 1,000 of them roaring in the cage. An invincible power came from above. The flames engulfed all the living beings in the dragon palace. Hiss, is this the power of a god? Who can resist it? Oh my god, with a wave of his hand, a flame cage appeared, and thousands of fire dragons rolled in it. This is too terrifying, and it is not something that humans can resist. Is this the power of a god? In front of this flame cage that covers an area of hundreds of kilometers, we are nothing but ants. When the flames engulfed the cage of flames and the fire dragon condensed and began to roar, everyone below trembled. An unrivaled power. This was an unrivaled power. The Dragon King and all the members of the Dragon Palace might regret it now. They are done for. Some of them thought to themselves, hee hee. Wang Xian looked at the cage of flames that was attacking them. A cold smile appeared on his face. His body moved, and he flew out from the dragon chair. He clawed at the cage in the air. Crack, crack, crack. A dragon claw suddenly appeared in the sky. The area of the flame cage was more than 100 kilometers. However, this gray dragon claw was also hundreds of kilometers long. The gigantic dragon claw of destruction clawed at the flame cage. In an instant, the entire cage collapsed and slowly dissipated. The dragon claw, carrying endless destruction, attacked the dragon god. What? Everyone was stunned when they saw the Dragon King floating in the sky, stretching out his arm and destroying the flaming cage with a gigantic dragon claw. Even the dragon god was shocked. His attack was actually broken by the Dragon King. He was the dragon god, the only true god on the continent. Wang, seeing the dragon claw continue to attack him, the dragon god's pupils slightly shrank. Break! He also raised his dragon claw, and a huge flaming dragon claw directly met the gray dragon claw. Boom! A terrifying collision sounded again. The grayish dragon claw slowly dissipated. At the same time, the dragon god's flaming dragon claw also dissipated. This is impossible. An unbelievable voice came from the dragon god's mouth. He began to flap his wings and stared at Wang Xian with a pair of ice-cold dragon eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Oh my god, how can the Dragon King's attack break the two attacks of the dragon god? Isn't the Dragon King at most at level 9 of longevity? What the hell is going on? When everyone saw that the dragon god's attack was cancelled out once again and heard the dragon god's shocked voice, everyone around was stunned. This was especially so for the dragon race and the Draconid Empire. This was their god who had just ignited the divine fire. How could the Dragon King block the attack? How could a puny Dragon King be on par with their dragon god? As for the rest of them, they were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Impossible? What's impossible? Dragon race, speaking of which, All of you only have a trace of the bloodline of the divine dragon race. You are just a sub-dragon, yet you still want to compete with the divine dragon? Wang Xian looked at the dragon god, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. His body trembled slightly as a seven-colored divine dragon condensed around him. I'm the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace of the Divine Dragon Clan. Do you really think that you can stand high above me and judge me just because you've reached the godly state? Haha, you've only ignited a trace of divine fire. It's just right. My strength has just broken through. I'll use the blood and soul of your dragon god to test my full strength. Roar, roar, roar. After Wang Xian finished speaking, a dragon roar sounded from his mouth. Around him, the condensed, seven-colored divine dragon instantly solidified. Its icy-cold seven-colored dragon eyes stared at the dragon god. Roar. No, I am the only true god on the continent. I am the #1 dragon god in the world. You have not even ignited the divine fire, and you still want to fight against me. Today, I will let you witness the full strength of a true god. I will make you grovel and tremble under my body. The god of dragons felt the terrifying pressure coming from Wang Xian. His eyes shot out endless flames as he roared. He stared at Wang Xian with murderous intent. Dragon King versus Dragon God. Chapter 1799. 1799 On the summit of the 1799 continent, Dragon King versus Dragon God 2. In the sky above the lofty sky mountain peak, the Dragon God, who was standing on the Dragon Fire Lotus Country, spread out his huge dragon wings and stared at the Dragon King with murderous intent. On the opposite side, the seven-colored divine dragon was circling around with his hands behind his back. Wang Xian, who was standing proudly in the sky, looked at the dragon god calmly. Facing the first true god of the extraordinary continent in hundreds of thousands of years, he was not afraid at all. Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they saw this scene. Not long ago, the Dragon King was known as the third strongest person on the continent. There was a huge gap between him and the god of the dragon race and Emperor Aoshan. However, the god of the dragon race was able to destroy Emperor Aoshan before he ignited the divine fire. Now that the divine fire had been ignited, the divine spark had been condensed. The divine kingdom had also been raised up high by him. The only true god in the Transcendence continent. Now, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was actually able to stand up to him without losing the slightest bit of ground. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. The Dragon King is able to stand up to the Dragon God. Gulp. This, is the Dragon King also a god? The Dragon King calls himself the Divine Dragon Race. His rise to power is quite terrifying. Could it be that he has the inheritance of the Divine Dragon Race? Everyone kneeling on the ground saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with shock. The Dragon King's strength and the rise of the Dragon King surprised all of them. The Divine Dragon Clan that the Dragon King spoke of, was it the inheritance of a powerful creature? On the extraordinary continent, people only knew of the Dragon Clan, and did not know of the existence of the so-called Divine Dragon Clan. However, to dare to use the name of a god, coupled with the current strength of the Dragon King, this creature must be extraordinary. It's delusional to think of fighting against our Lord Dragon God. Our Dragon God is a true god. He has ignited the divine fire and owns the divine kingdom. All the powerhouses from the dragon race and the Draconid Empire clenched their dragon claws and arms tightly. Their eyes were fixed on the sky. Divine fire, burn. The dragon god looked at Wang Xian's silent provocation. He opened his mouth and a glistening flame attacked. Pa, pa, pa. Wherever the divine fire went, even the air started to burn. In the sky, one could clearly see a trace. 5 elements extinguish into a river. Wang Xian looked at the divine fire that was attacking him and waved his arm. Buzz. A long river appeared behind him and swept forward in an instant. The entire sky looked as though the long river that was destroyed by the 5 elements had left a gray mark. Boom. The divine fire and the extinguished turned into a river as they collided. The power of the extinguish of the 5 elements began to erode the divine fire rapidly. From below, it was obvious that the divine fire was melting rapidly. The long river of extinguish was spreading towards the dragon god. The dragon king has gained the upper hand once again. Oh my god! Every attack of the dragon king and the dragon god left a clear mark in the sky. This kind of attack was less violent, but more terrifying. The flames seemed to burn everything in the world in an instant. The destructive power of the 5 elements seemed to wipe out everything. Even if it was a collision, there weren't any terrifying explosions. When everyone saw that the Dragon King's attack had gained the upper hand once again, everyone took a deep breath. Roar, roar, roar. With my body, I will trample on your humble body. When the dragon god saw that his attack was at a disadvantage again, he spread his dragon wings. The dragon wings trembled slightly. With a terrifying speed, he drew a fire scar and appeared in front of Wang Xian. You can't do it with the strength of your physical body. Wang Xian felt the strength of the dragon god. His eyes were filled with coldness as he extended his arm. Crack, crack. The dragon claws appeared. Following that, his entire body turned into the body of a divine dragon. The 5,000-meter-long body of a divine dragon and the incomparably sharp dragon claws went straight for the dragon god. Roar, roar. My body has been tempered by the divine fire. It is the body of a divine being. If you want to fight against me, you, who didn't ignite the divine fire, are not qualified to do so. The dragon god roared furiously. When he saw Wang Xian's dragon claws, he didn't flinch at all. He was a god, a true god who had ignited the divine fire. After being tempered by the divine fire, his body had completely turned into the body of a god. The dragon race had a strong physical body to begin with. Furthermore, they had been cleansed by the divine fire. Bang! It was a completely physical confrontation. When the dragon god's dragon claws collided with Wang Xian's dragon claws, a terrifying collision sound was heard. It was like a muffled sound of a meteorite falling on the supernatural continent. The surrounding air rushed towards the back rapidly. When the collision happened, the dragon god's body stiffened. His dragon claws began to transform slowly. Following that, an extremely terrifying force was transmitted towards his body. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. The dragon god stared at Wang Xian with a horrified expression. Finally, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Bang! Following that, his dragon body flew backward at a terrifying speed. Roar! He let out a painful scream. Roar! Wang Xian also let out a soft roar. His body moved and swept his dragon tail horizontally. With a terrifying speed, he struck the dragon god once again. When the dragon god saw the 7-colored dragon tail and felt the strength of the stars, his expression changed drastically again. He retracted his dragon wings to protect his body. Crack, crack, crack. When the dragon tail swept across the dragon wings, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The dragon god's body flew backward once again. You actually hurt me. The dragon god roared in shock and anger. At the back, the dragon fire lotus released streams of flames to protect him. Hee. Wang Xian laughed in disdain. Do you really think you are invincible just because you have become a god? Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who is undefeated in front of me? So what if you are the dragon god? He roared loudly. The crown turned into the 5 elements millstone and floated above him. Buzz. Following that, a taiji pattern appeared below his body and rotated slowly. The 5 elements were grinding on top of his head while he was standing on the yin and yang poles. Wang Xian was not afraid of the dragon god in terms of defense and attack. With the combination of the 7 elements, he was able to kill the true god who had ignited a wisp of divine fire. At this moment, everyone below was completely stunned when they saw the dragon god being injured. Roar, roar, roar. Good. What a good dragon king. To think that he was able to injure me. I don't know why you have such powerful strength. However, you are definitely no match for me in front of the divine kingdom. The recovery ability and endless energy of a god are definitely not something that an ordinary person like you can compare to. Those below the true god are all ants. The dragon god glared at Wang Xian with his eyes that were about to split open as he roared again. He could not believe that he, a true god, was not a match for a creature below the divine realm. He could not believe it. Floating above the dragon's fire lotus divine kingdom, his injuries were recovering rapidly. An endless stream of energy surged into his body, causing him to go completely berserk. Chapter 1800. 1800. At the peak of the 1800 continent, Dragon King versus Dragon God 3. With the support of the divine kingdom, the power of a god could be greatly enhanced. A powerful divine kingdom was more important to a god than a powerful divine artifact. The divine kingdom could absorb the energy between heaven and earth at any time and pour it directly into one's body. It could increase one's recovery power by hundreds of times. It could allow the god to possess an inexhaustible amount of energy. The berserk god of dragons was floating on his divine kingdom's dragon fire lotus. He didn't believe that with the support of the divine kingdom, he wasn't a match for a puny dragon king. Divine kingdom, fire dragon roar. The dragon god stood in the center of the dragon fire lotus and opened his mouth. Flames from afar entered his body. Boom! A terrifying flame that could destroy 3 to 4 cities charged directly at Wang Xian. The flames condensed into thousands of fire dragons that were 1,000 meters in size. Thousands of dragon heads were roaring ferociously in front of him. Thousands of dragons were burning. Don't give up. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. His body shook, and the yin and yang dual polarity diagram below him rotated and stood upright in front of him. The yin-yang dual polarity diagram spun, and in the middle, the divine dragons of light and darkness raised their heads and roared. The entire yin-yang taiji diagram was extremely mystical. Buzz. The terrifying thousands of fire dragons landed on the yin-yang taiji diagram and were completely blocked. Fire dragon wing slash. The dragon god stared at Wang Xian with his blood-red eyes. His dragon wings trembled again. Within the fire lotus of dragons, countless divine flames were added to the attack. Streams of dragon wings that were as bright as lava continued to attack Wang Xian. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon wings landed on the yin-yang dual polarity diagram, producing an extremely violent sound of collision. The yin-yang taiji trembled for a moment, but it was still able to withstand the attack of the dragon god. The dragon god doesn't seem to be a match for the dragon king at all. Be it the collision of energy or the collision of physical bodies, he is at a disadvantage. This dragon king is simply too strong. No wonder all the members of the dragon palace are so fearless. Below, everyone who saw that the dragon god had been suppressed all this while had stunned expressions on their faces. The only true god in the Transcendence continent was actually at a disadvantage under the attack of the Dragon King. The expressions of some people changed. The soldiers and experts of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire hesitated for a moment before standing up and no longer kneeling on the ground. Judging from the situation, the Dragon God might not be a match for the Dragon King. It's my turn. When Wang Xian saw that the Dragon God's own attacks were being blocked consecutively, he was stunned. He raised his dragon head slightly and roared, "Roar!" With a soft roar, the 5 elements millstone spun. The 5 divine dragons on it let out a roar. The 5 types of energy, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, condensed into 5 divine dragons respectively and attacked the dragon god directly. What? 5 types of attributes? Is this a divine weapon? Seeing the 5 elements divine dragons attacking him, the dragon god's expression changed slightly again. His attack was easily blocked, and the Dragon King's weapon was extremely mystical, which made him clench his teeth tightly. Divine fire, ignite? He roared with an extremely ugly expression, and a wisp of flame slowly emerged from his head. Divine fire blessing, divine kingdom. He gritted his teeth and let out another loud roar. Wang, the dragon fire lotus beneath him began to spin rapidly. Attack! The divine kingdom revolved as flames that looked like lotus petals shot towards the 5 divine dragons of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth under the rotation of the dragon fire lotus. Boom, boom, boom. The fire petals seemed to be endless, each of them 5 to 6,000 meters in size. The 5 divine dragons were instantly destroyed by the flaming petals. Are we going to use the divine kingdom to attack? Wang Xian revealed a serious expression. After all, a god was a god. Even though Wang Xian's energy and physical body had suppressed the dragon god still possessed the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom could destroy a weak star. Let's test the power of the divine kingdom. 5 elements millstone. Attack! Wang Xian shouted loudly. The 5 elements millstone, which was rotating for a radius of tens of kilometers, brought with it a grayish destructive force as it smashed directly toward the dragon fire lotus. On the 5 elements millstone, the 5 divine dragons roared. At the edge of the millstone, pieces of extremely powerful dragon scales slowly condensed. The rotating 5 elements millstone was like a chainsaw that reaped everything in front of it. Roar! Then I'll let you experience the power of my divine kingdom. The dragon god roared with a ferocious expression. He flapped his dragon wings, and the 12 petals of the dragon fire lotus slowly closed. Break! The closed fire lotus was like a bullet, and it directly collided with the 5 elements millstone. It was like 2 holy objects colliding. Everyone looked up from below. Buzz! The moment the dragon fire lotus collided with the 5 elements grinding mill, the 5 elements grinding mill trembled and flew backward at a terrifying speed. The dragon god has the upper hand this time. The divine kingdom is the source of the power of a god. It's already extremely powerful. Moreover, the item that the dragon god used to create the divine kingdom is also a supreme treasure between heaven and earth. That's why it's so powerful. Some of the powerhouses whispered when they saw this scene. All the members of the Draconid Empire and the dragon race heaved a heavy sigh of relief. What a powerful divine kingdom! Wang Xian was also slightly shocked. The strength of each divine kingdom was different. A powerful divine kingdom could completely suppress the same level. It could even cause a god to fight against a higher level. The divine kingdom of the dragon god was obviously extraordinary. Roar! 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 The dragon fire lotus is the largest volcano in the Transcendence continent. It contains countless fire spirit pearls and countless precious materials. Today, I will let you experience it. As a god, it is the most powerful means. Attack from the divine kingdom. The dragon god roared excitedly. He sat on the closed dragon fire lotus and charged directly at Wang Xian. Wang Xian's expression did not change. He stared at the yin-yang polar diagram in front of him and shouted, Tai Chi, defend. Buzz. The yin-yang polar diagram rotated slowly and charged towards the dragon fire lotus. Crack, crack, crack. When the dragon fire lotus collided with the yin-yang polar diagram, the momentum of the collision obviously stopped. However, the spinning Tai Chi slowly stopped and started to crumble. Roar! The light and darkness dragons revealed their terrified figures and flew towards Wang Xian. Roar! 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 The power of the divine kingdom is not something a mortal like you can match up to. Upon seeing this scene, the dragon god's ferocious face revealed an excited expression as he roared loudly. Below, when everyone saw the dragon god who had the upper hand, their hearts tightened slightly. Kill the dragon king. Kill that bastard. Kill him. Anyone who stands in our way must die. The experts of the dragon race and the Dragon Man Empire roared with murderous intent. However, when they finished their roars, many cold gazes were fixed on them. In the direction of the Dragon Palace, all the members of the Dragon Palace glanced at the members of the dragon race and the Dragon Man Empire with murderous intent. A bunch of animals. After the dragon god kills your dragon king, all of you will enjoy the pain of being burned for 10,000 years. Ha ha ha. A fire dragon elder of the dragon clan roared angrily. All the disciples of the dragon palace, get ready. However, As soon as the fire dragon elder finished his words, Prime Minister Gui's cold voice sounded. Chapter 1801. 1801. On the summit of the 1801 continent, Dragon King versus Dragon God 4. All disciples of the Dragon Palace, get ready. Ha! With Prime Minister Gui's order, all the members of the Dragon Palace shouted and raised their weapons. All the members of the Dragon Palace quickly got into battle formation. Their eyes were full of fighting spirit as they stared at the Dragon Clan and all the people of the Draconid Empire. Seeing this, all the people of the Dragon Clan and the Draconid Empire were stunned for a moment. Then, waves of brutal aura rushed over from the Dragon Clan. Roar, roar, roar. The 20,000 members of the Little Dragon Palace dare to be enemies with the Dragon Clan. All the Dragon Clan disciples, get ready. The experts of the Dragon Clan were also extremely brutal. Only about 20,000 members of the Dragon Clan wanted to fight with the 300,000 members of the Dragon Clan. So what if the Dragon Clan blocked their attack and destroyed the 100,000 members of the Water Dragon Clan? However, it was obvious that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was too powerful. Moreover, they learned from the first elder of the Water Dragon Clan the basic strength of some members of the Dragon Palace. Although they were very powerful, how could they be their opponents? The Water Dragon Clan was the weakest existence in the Dragon Clan. All the soldiers of the Draconid Empire, anyone who dares to provoke the Dragon Clan must die. The son of the Dragon Emperor, shouted and ordered all the soldiers. Kill! All the soldiers roared and raised their weapons. Members of the Dragon Palace, attack! Seeing the members of the Dragon Clan and the Draconid Empire, Prime Minister Gui's face turned cold. He waved his hand and gave the order to attack. Roar! 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 Swoosh! 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 The moment the order was given, the Fire Phoenix Dragon roared. Following that, arrows shot toward the center of the dragon race and the Dragonman Empire at a terrifying speed. After killing most of the sea beasts in the extraordinary sea, the Dragon Palace's strength had reached a shocking level. What did it mean to be at least at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm? It could fight or even kill a half-step Wansho expert. It was equivalent to the Dragon King level of the Dragon Clan. Among them, 14,000 to 15,000 had the combat strength of the Wansho level. Among the 1,500 members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division, more than 1,000 had the combat strength of the Wansho level. At present, the entire Dragon Clan only had more than 3,000 Wansho experts. Every single arrow from Mao Zedong's group contained a terrifying power. When the arrows arrived, the dragon race and all the members of the Draconid Empire were stunned. Defend! The Dragon Emperor immediately roared and faced the arrows. Boom! 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 A terrifying explosion sounded, and the terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. What a terrifying arrow! The Dragon Emperor's pupils contracted as he looked at the terrifying arrow. The arrows released by more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Palace had caused more than 1,000 Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Clan to defend themselves. This strength! Hiss, what a powerful shockwave! Let's retreat! Let's retreat! The Dragon Palace's strength is terrifying. Retreat from this area. The moment the battle between the Dragon Palace and the Draconid Empire broke out, everyone felt the terrifying shockwave and quickly fled into the distance. In an instant, the entire Outyan Mountain peak was in chaos. Kill, roar! Just as the Draconid Empire and the Dragon Clan were shocked by the terrifying arrow, the Berserk Devil Battle Division members rode on their Fire Phoenix Dragon mounts and rushed over. The Thunder Division, the Starwood Combat Division, and the Dragon Guard followed closely behind and attacked them. Counterattack and kill all the beasts of the Dragon Palace. Let them see how powerful our Dragon Clan is. Seeing the members of the Dragon Palace attacking them, the Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Clan roared loudly, roar, roar, roar. The roars of over 300,000 dragons rang out instantly, and the whole world was filled with the roars of dragons. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, special sound waves rang out one after another, and raindrops appeared out of thin air within a radius of 100 kilometers. Countless raindrops fell towards the entire battlefield. The sound accompanied the raindrops, and when they landed on the bodies of the dragons and the members of the Draconid Empire, everyone's bodies stiffened slightly. Even those dragon emperors felt as if there was an additional shackle on their bodies out of thin air. As for those below the longevity realm, the expressions of all the members of the dragon clan and the powerhouses of the Draconid Empire changed drastically. However, in just 2 seconds, the miserable screams of the peak of the extraordinary realm and the profound void realm experts rang out one after another. Be careful of these raindrops. They have powerful corrosive and poisonous properties. Fire Dragon Roar. The sudden change caused the expressions of almost 80% of the members of the Draconid Empire and the Dragon Clan to change drastically. We're still the stronger ones. Aochitian, Aochi, and the others are all boars. At the back, Ba Chi patted the dolphin leader beside him and said with a faint smile, "The toxins you've studied are only effective against them. It's useless against Aochitian or the Demon War Department." The dolphin leader, who was pink all over, said indifferently, causing Ba Chi to choke slightly. This is just the start of the battle, and the dragon race and the dragon empire have already suffered heavy losses. How can the dragon palace be so terrifying? The dragon palace is not only powerful because of the dragon king, but the members are also terrifying. Feel that aura. It seems like none of them is below level 9 of the profound void martial stage. Oh my god, how can the aura of the members of the dragon palace be so terrifying? All the human and demon beasts hiding in the surroundings were shocked. The weird sound and raindrops had killed half of the weak members of the dragon clan and the Draconid Empire. 90% of the millions of troops of the Draconid Empire were killed instantly. Roar, eat my rod. Lightning dragons wreak havoc. Return, heartless sword. At this moment, violent, savage, and cold emotionless voices sounded. The devil monkeys holding metal rods, the divine lightning prawns holding lightning hammers and spears, and the icy cold dragon guards holding metal swords. One attack after another shot forward. In the sky, vines seemed to come from the ninth heaven as they lashed out at the dragon tribe members. The incomparably terrifying attacks caused all the members of the Dragon Clan and the Dragonman Empire to be stupefied. The sound waves that strangely suppressed their strength, as well as the raindrops that carried a powerful poison that could cause even the profound void martial experts to fall, had already caused them to be stupefied. When the Dragon Palace's Demon Battle Division, Dragon Guard, Thunder Division, Starwood Battle Division, and the group of mounts launched every attack, they were completely shocked. They sensed that 70% of these attacks could threaten the longevity level experts. What was going on? There were more than 10,000 longevity level experts among them. However, the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Empire only had more than 3,000 combined. That was a fraction of the Dragon Palace. Chapter 1802. 1802. At the peak of the 1802 continent, Dragon King versus Dragon God 5. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying energy attack poured out towards the members of the Dragon Clan and the Dragonman Empire. What was the concept of more than 10,000 longevity experts attacking at the same time? This was like a violent energy tide that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Faced with this terrifying attack, the remaining experts of the Dragon Clan and the Dragonman Empire widened their eyes, filled with shock. Roar, roar, roar. Elders, make your move. We will hold them off. Kill them, kill them. The first elder of the Water Dragon Clan roared ferociously as water spirit pearls floated around him. A sky screen directly blocked the front. Block. The first elder of the Fire Dragon Clan and the first elder of the Wind Dragon Clan roared in anger as well. A huge wind shield floated behind the sky screen, followed closely by an incomparably huge flame shield that flew towards the back of the wind shield. Boom, 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 boom. Countless energies smashed down, and the blue sky slowly collapsed. The wind shield slowly cracked, and when it reached the flame shield, it melted instantly. The three of us killed the experts of the Dragon Palace. The first elder of the Fire Dragon clan felt his heart tremble when he saw that only two of his defenses were able to block the attacks of the experts of the Dragon Palace. After all, the three of them were at the peak of the 9th rank of the Longevity realm. Two of the defenses released by the three rank 9 longevity experts were broken by the Dragon Palace. One could imagine how terrifying the members of the Dragon Palace were. Chirp chirp. Experts of the Dragon Clan, your opponent is me. At this moment, Fengluan, who was standing next to the members of the Dragon Palace, let out a phoenix cry. A fiery red phoenix circled around her. She moved and flew directly toward the three first elders of the Dragon Clan. Boom! At the same time, Fengluan's body began to transform into a fire phoenix. The 1,000-meter-wide fire phoenix was surrounded by specks of flames. These flames were like the divine flames of the dragon god, emitting light. What a terrifying aura! Half-step divine realm. Sensing the aura from Fengluan, the three first elders of the Dragon Clan narrowed their eyes and their expressions changed drastically. Half-step divine realm. The dragon god of their Dragon Clan and the great-great elder were all half-step divine realm experts. They knew how powerful half-step divine realm experts were. My God, the Empress actually has the strength of a half-step divine realm expert. My God, the Dragon and Phoenix Empress has such terrifying strength. The members of the Dragon Palace are also abnormally powerful. The Dragon Clan has no chance to resist at all. The surrounding people were all shocked when they saw this scene. The strength of the Dragon Palace almost caused the Dragon Clan to be defeated in an instant. The Empress' terror and the dignity of a half-step god realm was even more obvious. Chirp chirp. At this moment, Fengluan roared and 3 balls of Nirvana fire attacked the 3 first elders of the Dragon Clan. Continue to attack. Kill. Below, all the members of the Dragon Palace exploded into a second round of attacks. Oh no. No, no. How can a Dragon Palace be so powerful? Lord Dragon God, save us. When the 3 great elders of the Dragon Clan were locked onto by Fengluan, the rest of the Dragon Clan's experts revealed terrified expressions. Especially in the Dragonman Empire, all the experts almost wet their pants in fear. More than 300,000 dragon races powerhouses, in addition to the strength of their Draconid Empire, were completely crushed. How many people could withstand the attack of at least half a step into the longevity realm? Terrified voices came from their mouths. Some of the dragons and draconids pleaded for help to the dragon god in the sky. The dragon god who was fighting with Wang Xian in the sky frowned slightly when he heard the terrified voices coming from below. His eyes swept down and his face darkened. A bunch of trash. Anger appeared in the eyes of the dragon god. The closed dragon fire lotus was aimed at the experts of the Dragon Palace below. Dragon god, how dare you be distracted when you are fighting with me? Wang Xian's eyes swept down and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. The 5 elements millstone spun and charged directly at the dragon god. Get lost. The closed fire lotus of the dragon aimed at Wang Xian. A torrent of flames rushed straight at Wang Xian. Yin-yang 5 elements. Wang Xian swayed his huge body and spun around in the air. The 5 elements millstone was covered by the yin and yang poles and met the attack of the dragon god directly. Buzz. Dragon breath. Wang Xian hovered above the 5 elements millstone. He opened his dragon mouth slightly and shot out a ray of 7-colored divine light. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, 7 attributes and 7 divine colors. Damn it! The dragon god, who was completely restrained, revealed a hint of anger. He stared at the dragon fire lotus with a hesitant expression. No, no, no. Roar, dragon god, save us. At this moment, there were continuous screams coming from below. After Fengluan made her move, the 3 rank 9 elders of the Dragon Clan were pinned down. The second round of attacks from the Dragon Palace arrived. Without any members of the Su Dragon Palace rushing over, another round of energy tide came. Arrows, sharp swords, thorns, devil chi, and lightning. When the attacks came, the Dragon Clan couldn't resist at all. The difference in strength was too great. How could the Dragon Clan defend against the 10,000 longevity-level warriors of the Dragon Palace? Even if they had more than 300,000 Dragon Clan members, they were still useless in front of the Dragon Palace. Gulp. Completely crushed. Completely crushed. How can the Dragon Palace rise so fast? Seeing the members of the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Man Empire completely covered by the energy tide, everyone swallowed their saliva. The gap was too big. They thought that the Dragon Palace only relied on one Dragon King. It was easy for more than 300,000 experts of the Dragon Clan to fight against 20,000 experts of the Dragon Palace. However, they didn't expect that all the members of the Dragon Palace didn't make a move. The 3,000 or so members of the Earth-Yellow Saturn Turtle Dragon Palace stood there motionlessly. The giant beasts of the Dragon Palace and the women of the Dragon Kings didn't move either. The Empress and the warriors of the Dragon Palace easily defeated more than 300,000 members of the Dragon Clan without any casualties. They didn't have any ability to resist. There was a huge gap in strength. This scene was unimaginable for everyone on the Transcendence continent. Lord Dragon God. Lord Dragon God. No. As the son of the dragon race, the emperor of the Draconid Empire, his face was heavily injured as he shouted in despair. Boom. An enormous ocean-pacifying divine needle landed on his head and instantly killed him. No. The three great elders of the dragon race and the rank 8 experts of the dragon race who had been taken care of by Feng Luan also let out desperate roars. Feng Luan had the strength to easily kill them. Facing her attack, they were quickly heavily injured. In less than 3 minutes, more than 300,000 experts of the dragon race had all died. Not to mention the Dragonman Empire, not a single one was left. This time, because the god of the dragon race was about to become a god, all the members of the dragon race had arrived. In other words, only one dragon god of the dragon race was still alive. Chapter 1803. 1803. On the peak of the 1803 continent, the king of transcendence. The dragon race, the dragon race. They're dead. They were all killed by the 2 rounds of attacks from the Dragon Palace. Oh my god. There are over 300,000 dragon race experts. Hiss. Does this mean that the dragon race has been completely annihilated? Everyone around was shocked when they saw the death of the dragon race experts. Apart from the one and only dragon god, the rest of the powerful and invincible dragon clan had all died. This was a devastating blow. Even if the dragon god could defeat the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King today, it was hard to say whether the Dragon Clan would be able to recover in the next tens of thousands of years. This time, the Dragon Clan was completely defeated. Roar, 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 Dragon King, Dragon Palace, all of you must die. When the Dragon God saw that all the members of the Dragon Clan had been killed in a short period of time, a violent expression appeared on his face. A violent aura came from his body, and the entire sky seemed to shake because of his anger. The sky and earth changed. Dragon Fire Lotus, bloom. Today, all living creatures must die. All of them. The dragon god raised his head and let out an extremely angry roar. A brutal, murderous aura instantly filled an area of more than 10,000 kilometers. Everyone felt their breathing stop. It was as if someone was holding their neck. Their breathing stopped. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the blooming dragon fire lotus again. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. All of you have completely angered me. Today, all living creatures will be buried with US dragons. The dragon god stared at Wang Xian with his slightly red eyes. He was floating in the middle of the dragon fire lotus. The divine fire above his head was emitting a mystical radiance. The radiance covered an area of over 10,000 kilometers. Roar, roar, roar. Buzz. The dragon god raised his head and roared. The 12 petals of the dragon fire lotus divine kingdom were emitting an extremely bright fire radiance. The fire radiance shot into the sky. The entire sky actually reflected the virtual image of the Dragon Fire Lotus Divine Kingdom. Dragon's Fire Lotus, the wrath of God. Dragon King, prepare to die. All of you ants, bear the wrath of God. The image of the dragon's Fire Lotus Divine Kingdom in the sky slowly rotated, covering an area of more than 10,000 kilometers. What's going on? The image of a fire lotus actually appeared in the sky. My God, what kind of attack is this from the dragon god? Such a terrifying area. It's like the end of the world. Everyone's expressions changed when they felt the pressure coming from the sky. Even the members of the Dragon Palace were filled with fear. Buzz. The next moment, the dragon fire lotus in the sky started to spin, and every petal of the fire lotus started to emit divine light. This scene was extremely beautiful, but after the beauty, it brought destruction. The sky shook and was taken over by the dragon's fire lotus. This piece of sky belonged to the dragon god's divine kingdom's domain. Following that, within the dragon's fire lotus divine kingdom's domain, endless flames descended from the sky. Endless flames, each of which was at least 1,000 meters in size, descended from the sky without any blind spots. God strike. World-extinguishing fire lotus. My God. No. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky as their bodies trembled violently. Some of them even knelt on the ground in fear. World-extinguishing strike. I have to say, Dragon God, your divine kingdom is very strong. Coincidentally, I want to try my divine kingdom's phantom image too. Wang Xian looked at the scene in the sky and was slightly shocked. He focused his gaze and stared at the dragon god coldly. Roar, Dragon King. I didn't want to unleash this move. However, if you dare to destroy all the disciples of my dragon race, don't blame me. Today, you will die. The dragon god roared at Wang Xian furiously. This move was his strongest attack. It affected an area of over 10,000 kilometers and could carry out a continuous attack for up to 10 minutes. This move could easily destroy an empire. It could easily slaughter hundreds of millions of lives. The attack that had no blind spots would affect his Dragon Clan disciples, so he hadn't released it. Now that all the members of the Dragon Clan had been destroyed, he was completely enraged. The wrath of a god could destroy the world. The vast attack and unrivaled power covered an area of over 10,000 kilometers with no blind spots. Looking at this scene, everyone within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was filled with horror and despair. Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. Wang Xian looked at this terrifying attack and his body trembled. He unleashed his last trump card. He roared loudly and the void trembled. Roar. At this moment, a vast dragon's roar appeared out of thin air. The shadow of a dragon palace gradually condensed, and the gigantic dragon throne supported Wang Xian. He sat on the dragon throne, and the divine shadow dragon kingdom appeared around him. Whoosh. The 5 elements grinding mill flew into the divine shadow dragon kingdom quickly and transformed into a backbone. Yin-Yang Tai Chi appeared in a flash and merged into the divine shadow dragon kingdom, turning into flesh and blood. The location of Wang Xian's heart emitted a hint of vitality, and the light shadow of the ancestral tree flashed past. Very soon, a seemingly corporeal dragon palace appeared around Wang Xian. The kingdom of God was not very big. It was only about 25 kilometers in circumference. Wang Xian sat cross-legged on the dragon and was filled with endless majesty. The dragon god was slightly shocked when he saw the dragon palace that suddenly condensed around Wang Xian. However, when he saw that it was only 50 meters in size, his eyes were filled with coldness. Dragon Fire Lotus, Wrath of God, attack me. The dragon god crouched in the middle of the dragon fire lotus and shot out a stream of flames. At the center of the dragon fire lotus phantom in the sky, a pillar of divine flames with a diameter of 50 kilometers descended from the sky and attacked Wang Xian directly. The pillar of divine flames with a radius of 50 kilometers almost penetrated the space in the sky. It was so terrifying. Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom, Roar of the Seven Divine Dragons. Wang Xian looked at the extremely terrifying attack in the sky. He raised his head slightly and roared as he sat on the dragon throne. Roar, roar, roar. Roars came from the entire Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Palace, divine dragons emerged one after another. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. 7 divine abilities flew out from the Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. Each divine dragon stared at the vast image of the dragon's fire lotus above them and charged forward. While flying, the 7 divine dragons grew in size at a terrifying speed. In the end, each divine dragon reached a terrifying size of a few hundred kilometers. Roar! The water divine dragon in the middle opened its gigantic mouth and spat out a water pillar to meet the fire pillar within a radius of 50 kilometers. 7 dragons breaking the sky. When the 7 dragons rushed into the sky, the Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom around Wang Xian dimmed. The few divine dragons had almost exhausted all the energy in the Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. Hiss! This attack from the Dragon King is so terrifying. 7 dragons rising to the sky and attacking the world-extinguishing fire lotus. The final collision. After this attack, I'm afraid the victor will be determined. If the Dragon King can't withstand it, we might all die. Seeing the 7 divine dragons that were 100 kilometers long heading towards the world-extinguishing fire lotus in the sky, everyone was extremely nervous. The final attack. Chapter 1804. 1804. At the peak of the 1804 continent, among the extraordinary kings, countless people within a radius of 10,000 kilometers raised their heads and looked up. The Dragon King's attack determined their fate. If the Dragon King failed, they might be directly destroyed by the Dragon God. Even all the members of the Dragon Palace, as well as the group of girls, were staring at the attack from above with worried expressions. When the Dragon God saw the 7 divine dragons charging towards the Dragon Fire Lotus Divine Kingdom, his pupils constricted. Each of the 7 divine dragons had different attributes, and their bodies covered a radius of 100 kilometers. Although they looked small under his world-extinguishing fire lotus, they still shocked him. Roar! In the center, the water god dragon shot out a water column, directly meeting the fire column within a 50-kilometer radius. He raised his head, pointed his dragon mouth at the sky, and rushed straight up. Bzzz. When the water god dragon collided with the world-extinguishing fire column that fell from the sky, the sound of water and fire melting rang out. The water god dragon's flying body paused slightly, but soon after, the water god dragon swayed his body and slowly rushed up. Although his speed was only 1/10 of what it was before, the fire pillar was gradually shrinking under the water god dragon's attack. With just these 7 attribute beasts, you want to break the strongest attack of my divine kingdom? Dream on. World-destroying pillar. The dragon god's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. The divine fire above his head flourished, and rays of divine light covered the dragon's fire lotus divine kingdom below him. Boom! In an instant, when the power of the divine light landed on the divine kingdom, the 12 fire lotus petals in the sky, which were millions of kilometers away, once again released even more powerful flames. The world-extinguishing fire pillar in the middle once again expanded to an area of 10 kilometers. The fire pillar rapidly charged, burning all the water pillars and landing in the mouth of the water dragon. Roar, roar, roar. However, at this moment, the 6 divine dragons in the surroundings let out roars. Gold, wood, fire, earth, and darkness shone. The 6 divine dragons simultaneously let out powerful dragon breaths and attacked the dragon's fire lotus divine kingdom phantom in the sky. The flames that fell from the sky were immediately destroyed by the 6 gigantic dragon breaths. Looking from afar, the 6 divine dragons of all colors were emitting a mystical light as they let out terrifying attacks from their mouths. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon breath of the 6 attributes landed on the projection of the dragon's fire lotus and immediately broke through a huge hole. When the sunlight shone in, everyone had an illusion. A hole had been broken in the sky. It was precisely because of this that the divine kingdom had taken over this piece of sky. The 6 divine dragons had broken through this piece of sky. What? When the dragon god saw the few huge holes in the sky, his expression changed slightly. He flapped his wings and spat out a mouthful of scorching flames towards the dragon's fire lotus divine kingdom. Skymending? Huh, do you still want to control it? Wang Xian saw him mending the holes in the sky. His pair of dragon eyes looked at the dragon god with a cold glint in them. Roar, roar, die. He growled and pounced towards the dragon god. Roar, roar, damn it. When the dragon god saw Wang Xian flying over, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He moved his body and flew into the sky, trying to dodge his attack. Roar, roar, roar. When he saw the dragon god's fearful expression, the coldness in Wang Xian's eyes intensified. Dragon kingdom in his palm. Dragon body of 10,000 miles. Dragon head of the world. Dragon tail swishing. He let out a low roar and his entire body immediately transformed into a radius of 50 kilometers. He ignored the dragon god who had escaped into the sky and attacked the dragon fire lotus with his dragon claws. Boom! A huge force landed on the dragon fire lotus, causing the entire dragon fire lotus country to roar. The country trembled violently. At the same time, the image of the dragon fire lotus country in the sky also started to tremble. The space trembled, and the countless flames that fell from the sky dimmed instantly. Roar, roar, roar. The 6 divine dragons in the surroundings charged up and directly charged at the image of the dragon fire lotus country. Bang! The golden and earth divine dragons swept out with their enormous dragon tails, and a terrifying collision sounded once again. A huge hole appeared in the sky again. Roar, roar. The other 4 divine dragons waved their dragon claws, wreaking havoc in the sky. The dragon's fire lotus divine kingdom was slowly torn apart, and holes that were hundreds of kilometers in size appeared. No, Dragon King, I'm going to kill you. Seeing that the divine kingdom in the sky was being torn apart one by one, the dragon god revealed an anxious expression. He swayed his huge body and charged toward Wang Xian, who was attacking the dragon's fire lotus. Roar! Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the dragon god with his majestic dragon head. His gigantic dragon tail swept across at a terrifying speed. Boom! The dragon god's dragon wings flickered with a golden luster. He did not show any signs of weakness as he slashed at the dragon tail. With a loud bang, the collision of their physical bodies caused the surrounding space to tremble. The dragon god's body flew backward into the sky at a terrifying speed. Roar! Wang Xian swayed his gigantic body and chased after him. 2 gigantic dragon claws clawed at his body. I am a god. How can I not be a match for a mortal? I don't believe it. With my godly body, burn. The dragon god had a ferocious look on his face. His mouth was filled with blood as he roared crazily. The divine fire above his head was slowly burning towards the direction of the dragon wings. He burned his dragon body in exchange for an even more terrifying attack. At this moment, the dragon god was a little crazy. Today was the day he became a god, the day he looked down on all living things from above. However, not long after he became a god, a dragon king appeared and completely suppressed him. In fact, the other party hadn't even ignited the divine fire yet. How could he not be satisfied? How could he not be angry? He, the dignified dragon god, was actually not a match for an ordinary dragon king. No. Roar, roar, roar. The burning of his wings gave him a terrifying strength. When he spread his dragon wings and flew over, the air was torn apart. In this world, he seemed to be the center. Roar! Wang Xian held his attention and slowly raised his dragon claws. He met the Dragon King directly at a speed that was no slower than his opponent's. Boom! Wang Xian's dragon claws collided with the dragon god's dragon wings. An incomparably hot pain was felt. The dragon scales on the dragon claws began to melt under the dragon god's attack. However, The dragon god was not feeling well either. The burning dragon wings represented the consumption of his own flesh and blood. Even if he was a god, it would take some time for him to fully recover. Roar. Die. Wang Xian felt the heavy injuries on the dragon claws. He lowered his head slightly, and the dragon head headed straight for him. That majestic and noble dragon horn displayed its sharpness for the first time. Bang! The dragon horn struck his chest heavily. Faced with such a powerful force, the body of the dragon god flew backward once again. Divine dragon, swing your tail. Wang Xian let out an angry roar. The dragon tail, which was as tall as a mountain, landed on the body of the dragon god abruptly. The divine fire on the head of the dragon god dimmed instantly. His body landed heavily on the ground. Chapter 1805. 1805. At the peak of the 1805 continent, below the transcendent king. Boom! A muffled sound of a collision resounded through the sky above the peak of the lofty heaven mountain. Following that, everyone saw the dragon god's body falling downwards at a terrifying speed. Hiss! The dragon god is about to be defeated. The dragon god is about to be defeated by the dragon king. Oh my god! This is a true defeat. This is a god, the only true god of our transcendent continent. Look at the fire lotus in the sky. It's about to be pierced through by the 6 divine dragons. When the crowd saw the falling dragon god, they were shocked. Boom! Just as everyone was staring with their eyes wide open, the dragon god's body crashed into a mountain on the peak of the lofty heaven mountain. He spread his wings, and his body, which was 2,000 to 3,000 meters long, crashed into the mountain. His indestructible body caused the entire mountain to slowly crack. Rumble. Slowly, the tallest mountain on the transcendental continent fell to the ground. The dragon god's body sank deep into the mountain. Roar. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the water god dragon's body was resisting the fire pillar in the sky and slowly flew to the top. The other 6 divine dragons were wreaking havoc on the dragon fire lotus phantom. The sun shone into the land again, and the phantom of the dragon fire lotus divine kingdom slowly collapsed. Floating in the sky, the dragon fire lotus within a 50-kilometer radius fell toward the ground. The divine kingdom that had just been raised high not long ago fell toward the ground. The fall of the divine kingdom seemed to represent the fall of the dragon god. Roar! Seeing the phantom of the dragon fire lotus divine kingdom completely collapse, the 7 divine dragons roared and flew toward the divine shadow dragon kingdom. Buzz! When the 7 divine dragons entered the divine shadow dragon kingdom, the virtual image of the entire dragon palace slowly solidified again. The divine shadow dragon kingdom moved and flew directly towards Wang Xian's position. Victory! Wang Xian looked at the dragon god who had knocked down the peak of the Outyin mountain and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, his opponent was a true god. It was not easy to defeat him. His body moved and transformed into a human form, sitting on the dragon throne of the divine shadow dragon palace. The divine shadow dragon palace flew towards the collapsed mountain peak, looking down at the dragon god from above. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the miserable dragon god, covered in blood, shook his body unwillingly. He coughed a few times and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Only the skeleton of his 2 dragon wings was left. The spot on his stomach had completely caved in. Dragon god, what else do you have to say before you die? Wang Xian sat in the divine kingdom and looked down at him from above. He asked faintly. Cough, cough, cough. Such an arrogant and invincible posture made the dragon god feel that his chest had stagnated. He opened his mouth and spat out fresh blood. I am a true god. I will not fall. I will never fall. The dragon god stared at Wang Xian with bloodshot eyes as he growled softly. Even gods will fall. Wang Xian shook his head mockingly. With a thought, a gigantic dragon head emerged from the sky above the kingdom of Shenying. The dragon head was filled with a violent, murderous aura. The dragon head that was 5 to 6,000 meters in size opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the dragon god. No. The dragon god saw the dragon mouth that was about to devour him and felt the threat of death. He let out a desperate roar. However, at this moment, no one could save him, and no one could save him. The huge dragon mouth swallowed the dragon god into its stomach. Roar! The dragon head let out an excited roar and shrank back into the divine shadow dragon kingdom. Ding! Host has swallowed a wisp of divine fire creature. Obtained 500,000 divine crystals. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have reached level 7 of longevity. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level 7 of longevity, 4th change of Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Crystal, 35, 421/200, 000,000. Supernatural Ability. Ruling over the Water Tribe, ruling over the Water Tribe that is lower than your own level. Devour living things to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural Ability. Soul Capture, Spirit Possession, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect, 5 Elements Grinding, Dragon Kingdom in the Palm, Dragon Head under the Heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang Poles, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Domain, Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Palace Owned, Level 5. Dragon Palace Members, 23,433. After the Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom completely devoured the dragon god, the energy was immediately transferred back to Wang Xian's body. The energy of a god immediately increased Wang Xian's level. The Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom behind him had a radius of 100 kilometers. Wang Xian's body was instantly filled with a destructive power. He closed his eyes slightly and adjusted to the sudden increase in his strength. A faint smile appeared on his face. Hiss! At this moment, when everyone below saw Wang Xian devouring the dragon god directly, they were all shocked. He has killed a god. The Dragon King has killed a god. Oh my god! The Dragon King is simply too strong. Too strong. Everyone was discussing in shock as their bodies trembled. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the dragon fire lotus that had fallen to the ground slowly cracked open. The divine kingdom had collapsed. Woo woo woo. A wailing sound appeared out of nowhere in the sky that was more than 10,000 kilometers in circumference. The birth of a god, the heavens and earth congratulated. The fall of a god, the wailing of the heavens and earth. The power of a god could trigger the phenomena of the heavens and earth and could move the heavens and earth. When everyone heard the wailing of the heavens and earth, they felt a sense of sadness. However, very quickly, everyone's faces revealed a trace of excitement and excitement. The dragon race had been exterminated, and the dragon god had died. This was a huge good thing for all the humans on the Transcendence continent, especially for the citizens of the Aoshan Empire. If the dragon god was still alive, they would be reduced to slaves, living like ants for generations. The Dragon King is invincible, the peak of the continent, the king of transcendence. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and everyone's gaze once again turned to look at the Dragon King sitting upright within the divine shadow dragon country. His majestic body was emitting a divine glow. It was an unrivaled power that could cause the fall of a god. It was the Dragon King who had saved all of them. We pay our respects to the Dragon King. At the top of the continent, the King of Extraordinaries. We pay our respects to the Dragon King. At the top of the continent, the King of Extraordinaries. At this moment, all the experts in the surrounding area immediately knelt down towards Wang Xian. They knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves and sincerely worshipping Wang Xian as they shouted loudly. At the peak of the continent, the King of Transcendence. An expert who could kill a god was qualified to be called the peak of the continent, the King of Transcendence. From today onwards, the Dragon King would be the legend of the entire Transcendence continent. At the same time, The Dragon King would also be the king of the entire Transcendence continent, the strongest king. The word Dragon King would definitely be praised and praised in the entire Transcendence continent today. Greetings, the king of the Transcendence continent, the Dragon King. Wang Xian heard the earth-shattering shouts from below. He slowly opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Chapter 1806. 1806 and 1806, Feng Luan became the emperor and the Dragon King of the ocean. Wang Xian landed in the Divine Kingdom and looked down at everyone below. He looked down at the peak of the Aotian mountain and everything in the center of the extraordinary mainland. He was high and mighty. For a full 10 years, he had been in the extraordinary mainland for a full 10 years. In these 10 years, he stood at the peak of this world. In these 10 years, he had gone all out and met many powerful opponents. Powerful mercenary groups, powerful empires, powerful sects, powerful empires, and powerful empires. And today, he killed the overlord of the continent, the dragon god of the dragon race. A god who ignited the divine fire and lifted up the divine kingdom. In the past 10 years, scenes appeared in his mind in the blink of an eye. Today, he finally looked down on this world and looked down on the entire planet. All beings, stand up. At the bottom, everyone was kneeling on the ground respectfully. Wang Xian didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to stand up either. With Wang Xian's current strength and influence, one word could decide a person's life and death. One word could destroy an influence. One word could make an influence rise. God, a true God, a God that was high and inviolable. Thank you, Dragon King. When everyone heard Wang Xian's words, they shouted loudly. One by one, they stood up slowly and looked up with respect. Wang Xian's figure moved, and the divine shadow dragon kingdom behind him disappeared. He floated in the sky and looked at the girls in Phoenix Pass and Shuqing. Little Xian. The girls shouted and flew toward him one by one. All the members of the Dragon Palace also flew behind him silently. Emperor Aoshan and Emperor Aoshan are dead. Feng Luan, you can take over the Aoshan Empire. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and said as he looked at the Nine-God Empire below. Emo Sha and the experts of the Nine-God Empire were standing there. Emo Sha, leave the Nine-God Empire to Feng Luan. You can assist her in the future. He said directly to Emo Sha, who was below. Boss, can I join the Dragon Palace, boss? At this moment, Emo Sha shouted at Wang Xian with a face full of anticipation. Even though he had a rebellious personality, he was still extremely nervous at this moment. To be able to follow boss, what was the use of being the emperor of an empire? Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. Emo Sha's personality was similar to the Ba Qi. However, he could enter the poison manufacturing department. Thank you, boss. Emo Sha looked excited and shouted loudly. He immediately flew behind Wang Xian. Xiao Xian, you want me to control the entire Transcendence continent? Feng Luan hesitated when she heard Wang Xian's words. If she was allowed to control the entire Transcendence continent, it meant that she would be the only empress in the entire Transcendence continent. She would be the empress of the entire Transcendence continent. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. You will be the empress of the Transcendence continent, and the Dragon Palace will control the ocean. Sure. Feng Luan pondered for a moment before nodding her head. From today onwards, Empress Feng Luan will be the empress of the Transcendence continent, and the Dragon Palace will be the king of the ocean. Wang Xian floated in the sky and announced to everyone. His voice spread throughout the entire central continent. It's the Dragon King. Everyone responded loudly without the slightest objection. Furthermore, they were a little surprised that the Dragon King and the Empress were in control of the entire Transcendence continent. After all, this was the entire Transcendence continent, and they had actually given it to the Empress. They could still accept the Empress's control in their hearts. The Empress was a very good monarch on the Transcendence continent, especially since they had witnessed the Empress's strength just now. She was at the half-step divine realm. In the entire Transcendence continent, apart from the Dragon King, no one was her match. Let's go. We'll make a trip to the Sea of Dragons. If nothing goes wrong, The Dragon Palace will be relocated to the Sea of Dragons. Wang Xian and the other girls said as they looked at Feng Wuan. I need to take care of the land. I'll look for you guys when I'm done. Feng Wuan said to Wang Xian and the rest. All right. Wang Xian nodded. With a wave of his arm, the divine kingdom of the dragon god, the dragon fire lotus, and all the corpses below flew towards him. Let's go. Roar, roar, roar. Woo woo. The 9 dragons roared while Xiao Lan also let out an excited sound. Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and flew towards the Sea of Dragons. Feng Wuan looked at Wang Xian and the rest as they left. A soul-stirring smile appeared on her face. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the Empress of Dragon and Phoenix will be the ruler of our extraordinary continent in the future. This is a great thing for us humans. The Empress loves the people while the Dragon King only controls the sea. The Dragon Palace is too powerful. Even after a few 100,000 years, no faction will be able to reach the level of the Dragon Palace. Seeing the Dragon King and all the members of the Dragon Palace leave, everyone discussed in shock. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, a phoenix cry came out of Feng Wuan's mouth. Everyone's heart trembled slightly as they looked at Feng Wuan, their eyes filled with reverence. Greetings, Empress. After exterminating the entire Dragon Clan, the more than 300,000 corpses of the Dragon Clan's powerhouses will be added to the resources in the Sea of Dragons, as well as the resources in the entire Transcendence continent. The strength of the Dragon Palace will receive a terrifying increase. Wang Xian, who was flying in the sky, was full of smiles. He was fiddling with a divine spark in his hand. It was the fire attribute divine spark of the dragon god. After digesting the corpses of the Dragon Clan, all the members of the Dragon Palace should have reached the realm of longevity. In addition to the resources in the Sea of Dragons, the Dragon Palace would receive another qualitative upgrade. The members of the Dragon Palace flew quickly. 3 days later, the Sea of Dragons appeared in everyone's sight. As the lair of the Dragon Clan, they occupied the place with the most abundant resources in the entire supernatural continent. Just by entering this sea area, one could discover that the spiritual energy here was more abundant than other places. All members of the Dragon Clan gather all the resources in the Sea of Dragons. Coming to the center of the Sea of Dragons, Wang Xian ordered with his eyes glowing. It's the Dragon King. The eyes of the members of the Dragon Clan were also burning with excitement. This place had gathered the accumulated resources of the Dragon Clan for hundreds of thousands of years. The resources inside were absolutely terrifying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unifying the extraordinary continent and ocean. You have completed the mission of unifying the ocean of 10,000 worlds. The reward is a dragon seed, the Berserk Dragon. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback before a glint flashed across his eyes. A dragon seed, the Berserk Dragon, unifying the extraordinary continent and ocean this time actually rewarded the Berserk Dragon seed, the strongest dragon seed of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's face was filled with excitement. The Berserk Dragon seed, fire, darkness, and thunder had 3 attributes. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Berserk Dragon seed could fight 3 levels higher. Even an ordinary divine dragon would not be a match for the Berserk Dragon seed. However, the Berserk Dragon seed is too powerful. With 3 attributes, it will be difficult to nurture a complete Berserk Dragon. Wang Xian thought to himself. He decided to study it properly after returning to the Dragon Palace. Chapter 1807. 1807. The ancestral tree of the 1807 Dragon Clan's treasure was mutated. Wang Xian floated in the sky and overlooked the entire Sea of Dragons. Each mountain peak contained a large number of treasures. With his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes, he could see that there were thousands of longevity-level spirit trees. One could imagine how terrifying the treasures of the Dragon Clan would be. The group of girls entered the mountain peaks in high spirits and searched for all kinds of treasures as though they were lottery winners. The dragons liked shiny items, and so did the group of girls. From time to time, pleasant voices could be heard. Wang Xian floated on the sea and smiled. He looked at the center of the mountain. That mountain peak should be the Dragon God Valley, the place of this divine kingdom. He looked at the divine kingdom that was floating behind him, and then looked at the broken mountain peak in the center. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly towards the broken mountain peak. The strength of the divine kingdom of the Dragon God had completely exceeded Wang Xian's expectations. After entering the ocean, he sized up the interior of the broken mountain peak. What a huge volcano! This should be the largest volcano in the entire Transcendence continent. Wang Xian entered and looked at the extremely spacious interior. His face was filled with astonishment. The entire interior was like a flaming space. No wonder it could make the fire dragons of the dragon race so powerful. It could allow the dragon race to produce an endless stream of half-step godly state experts. It was all because of this volcano. Inside the volcano, there were many fire spirits. At least 100,000 fire spirits were frolicking inside like fishes. Just these fire spirits are a rare treasure. To the fire hammer race of the Dragon Palace, this is a huge opportunity. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. Reporting to Dragon King, a mysterious treasure has been found here. At this moment, a shout was heard. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. His figure flashed and disappeared. Buzz. His figure appeared near the periphery of the Sea of Dragons. Beside him, a dragon guard was staring ahead with a face full of fear. Dragon King, look ahead. What is this? When the dragon guard saw Wang Xian, he pointed to the front and said with a face full of shock, "The Sea of Thunder, the land of death." He looked at the huge words on the stone tablet at the side, and his eyes were sparkling. He looked into the Sea of Dragons, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. At the depth of more than 100,000 meters at the edge of the Sea of Dragons, the space in front of him was extremely mystical. A territory covered by lightning had an area of about 50 kilometers. The power of the lightning in front of them was emitting a power that made even Wang Xian's heart palpitate. The lightning was extremely strange. It shone brightly like branches. From time to time, there would be lightning flowers blooming. That's right. His gaze focused as he stared at the center of the lightning territory. A small tree, a 1-meter-tall tree, and only one trunk. Wang Xian realized that all the lightning came from this small tree. He hesitated for a moment and reached his hand into the tree. Crack, crack. The moment Wang Xian reached his finger into the tree, a terrifying destructive force was emitted. This caused Wang Xian's expression to change drastically. Buzz. At this moment, a strong suction force was emitted from Wang Xian's heart. This stunned him instantly. Following that, Wang Xian could feel the ancestral tree trembling. Is this another divine tree of the level of the soul-returning tree, eternal wood, and the Changshu tree? Wang Xian's eyes were filled with joy. Wang Xian could be said to have witnessed the strength of the ancestral tree. It was able to absorb an eternal wood branch, a soul-returning tree branch, and the dying Changshu tree. This allowed it to unleash its original terrifying ability. Due to the existence of the ancestral tree, the Dragon Palace possessed the ability to revive from the dead. It was because of the ancestral tree that the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed and Starwood Dragon Seed were born. Just the name of the ancestor of all trees showed how extraordinary it was. The incomparably violent lightning entered his heart and surged like energy. At this moment, in the distant Dragon Palace, the ancestral tree was trembling as if it had encountered something that made it extremely excited. The unceasing flow of energy caused it to emit a bright light. The ancestral tree, which was originally only a few dozen meters in size, was growing at a terrifying speed. The branches of the soul-returning wood, the endless branches of the tree, and the branches of the evergreen tree were also continuing to grow. Wang Xian could feel the longing and excitement of the ancestral tree. He slowly closed his eyes and sensed the changes of the ancestral tree in the Dragon Palace. At the bottom of the Sea of Dragons, the mystical Nirvana Lightning Sea, which was once called the Land of Death by the dragons and even the gods of the supernatural continent, was disappearing at a terrifying speed. The Nirvana lightning tree, which was located in the middle of the Nirvana lightning sea, seemed to have been pulled by an invisible force and flew towards Wang Xian. Buzz. The 5-meter-long Nirvana lightning tree flew in front of Wang Xian and directly sank into his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Nirvana lightning tree. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Another powerful divine tree. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. The dragon tribe's harvest this time was simply too great. A divine tree was far more important than any other treasure. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian sensed that the ancestral tree in the Dragon Palace was growing rapidly. In just a few minutes, it had grown to a size of a few hundred meters. The Endless Wood, the Soul-Returning Wood, the Vikhang tree, and the Nirvana lightning tree actually bore fruit after fruit. There were 2 fruits on each branch, and they were emitting a magical glow. These fruits are... Wang Xian was slightly surprised. He stared at the few fruits and his heart was burning with passion. However, as he didn't see them with his own eyes, he didn't know the specific effects of the fruits. Shu Qing, Qingyu, I will transfer the Dragon Palace here. Wang Xian could not hold it in any longer. He shouted at the girls around him and disappeared in a flash. With his current strength, he was comparable to a god who had ignited 2 wisps of divine fire. The distance of his teleportation could reach up to 20,000 kilometers. Such speed was also the ability of a god to traverse the void. When he arrived at the Dragon Palace, it only took him 5 to 6 minutes. After entering the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian immediately came to the Dragon King's Hall. The moment he entered the Dragon King's Hall, he saw the ancestral tree that was 400 to 500 meters in size growing above the dragon throne. There were 8 fruits on the ancestral tree. Each of the fruits exuded divinity. Sensing the energy of the 8 fruits, Wang Xian took a deep breath and took out the godhead of the dragon god to take a look. The energy in the fruits was no weaker than this godhead. Eternal fire embryo. After consuming it, one will obtain the origin of fire. Soul-returning embryo. After absorbing the souls of the dead, one can revive them. Taking the ordinary embryo improves one's comprehension and spirituality. Nirvana lightning embryo. After consuming it, one will obtain the origin of lightning. Hiss. When Wang Xian saw the abilities of the fruits, he took a deep breath. Heaven-defying. This was simply too heaven-defying. Not to mention reviving from the dead, improving one's comprehension and spirituality. Just by consuming the eternal fire embryo and the Nirvana lightning embryo, one would be able to obtain the body of origin. These fruits could be called one of the most heaven-defying fruits in the universe. Chapter 1808. 1808 1808 Berserk Dragon Species. I wonder how long it will take for these heaven-defying fruits to bear one. Wang Xian stared at these embryo fruits with burning eyes. After his previous research, he realized that the embryo fruits had an extremely important use. It could replace the divine spark and allow the Dragon Clan's dragon species to evolve. Now, there was only one true peak dragon species in the Dragon Clan, and that was Ao Yao. The Thorn Dragon Seed was the most powerful dragon seed known to assassinate the divine Dragon Clan. The second was the Starwood Dragon Seed. The Starwood Dragon Seed evolved from the ancestral tree, and there was no record of such a dragon seed in the divine Dragon Clan. However, a dual-element dragon seed could definitely be called a peak dragon seed. However, the fire element of the Starwood Dragon Seed was suppressed now. When they reached the divine realm, they would have a qualitative breakthrough and completely unleash the fire and wood elements. The third element was the Fire Phoenix Dragon species. The Fire Phoenix Dragon species was obtained by the Dragon Palace because of the Phoenix. Although it only had one element, it was only slightly weaker than the peak dragon species in terms of strength. After that was the Fire Gold Dragon species. The Fire Hammer clan was the strongest forged dragon species known to the Divine Dragon Clan. It was also a peak dragon species. However, if they wanted to reach the peak dragon species, they needed to fuse with the divine spark of the metal element. The next dragon seed of the Dragon Palace was a very ordinary existence with a single attribute. However, Among the other dragon seeds, there was a special existence, the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard was Aojian and the others who cultivated the Heartless Sword principle. Their strength could not be treated as ordinary dragon seeds. According to the strength of the Heartless Sword principle, if Aojian and the others could cultivate the Heartless Sword principle, they would definitely not be weaker than the Berserk Dragon seed. Unifying the supernatural continent and obtaining the Berserk Dragon species from the Dragon Palace will allow the Demon Combat Division to evolve into the Berserk Dragon species. The Berserk Dragon species required 3 attributes: fire, darkness, and lightning. Aochitian belonged to the darkness attribute. By consuming the inexhaustible fire embryo and the Nirvana lightning embryo, he could evolve into the Berserk Dragon species. I wonder what other treasures the dragon tribe has. Let's head over first. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and immediately controlled the Dragon Palace to move towards the location of the Sea of Dragons. A level 5 Dragon Palace did not have a long teleportation distance. It would take at least 2 days to get there. If the Dragon Palace wanted to upgrade to level 6, it would not be as easy as before. In the past, it would only require some materials. But now, upgrading to level 6 required 9 divine kingdoms with 9 different attributes. The difficulty of the upgrade had increased by more than 10 times. He could either forge the divine kingdoms himself, or he could plunder the divine sparks of other gods. Wang Xian could even plunder the divine sparks of other gods with his strength, not to mention forging them himself. However, where could there be any gods? He was already an invincible existence in the entire Transcendence continent. Buzz. 2 days later, Wang Xian moved the Dragon Palace into the Sea of Dragons. Around him, the members of the Dragon Palace had already plundered all the treasures in the Sea of Dragons. On a mountain peak located in the middle, behind the group of girls, there were all kinds of shiny gemstones. Beside them, Duan Jinming was forging all kinds of jewelry for them. Move all the treasures into the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian placed the Dragon Palace in the center and said to all the members of the Dragon Palace, "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue and the rest responded immediately. "Xiaoxian, look at these jewelry. My God, there are so many shiny gemstones in the entire Dragon clan. It's simply too beautiful." The group of girls flew over excitedly and shouted with joy. "Beautiful, beautiful." Wang Xian looked over with a smile on his face. His gaze swept across the group of girls. Other than his beloved sister, the other 8 girls, Guan Shuqing, who had been with him the longest, had been with him for more than 10 years. More than 10 years of companionship had made it difficult for them to separate from each other. The Transcendence continent has been unified. Next, we can tour the entire Transcendence continent and bring you to eat all the delicious food and drinks on the entire continent. Wang Xian stroked the heads of the group of girls and said with a smile, "Wow, that's great." The group of girls were excited. In the entire Transcendence continent, they had visited less than 1/5 of the places. In this world, the Dragon King was already the king. They could be said to be existences like queens who could tour the entire continent as they wished. This was undoubtedly the happiest thing for the girls who loved shopping and eating. "Brother, when are we leaving?" Xiao Yu said excitedly. "We will go out to play after we settle the matters in the Dragon Palace." Wang Xian pinched Xiao Yu's cheeks and was in a good mood. They could play without worries for a period of time. Prime Minister Gue, use the resources we obtained this time to improve the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. Also, call Aochitian over. Wang Xian held the hands of the group of girls and walked towards the Dragon King's palace. He transmitted his voice to Prime Minister Gue. "It's the Dragon King. Dragon King, all the treasures have been placed in the treasury of the Dragon Palace. In addition, there are many longevity-grade spirit trees and spiritual herbs in the Sea of Dragon. We will expand the medicinal garden of the Dragon Palace and plant them. With the ancestral tree, we will have an endless supply of spiritual fruits in the future." When Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the Dragon King's hall, Prime Minister Gue led Aochitian over. "All right, we will plant some spiritual herbs and spiritual trees that have yet to mature." Wang Xian nodded. "You lead the members of the Dragon Palace to improve their strength. Qi Yin, come over here." Wang Xian instructed them and walked to the front of the dragon throne. Wow, how did the ancestral tree undergo such a huge change? It even grew fruits. The group of girls noticed the ancestral tree and were astonished. The current ancestral tree was a few hundred meters in size. It stood at the back of the dragon throne and looked extremely mystical. Wang Xian walked over and plucked the eternal fire embryo and the nirvana lightning embryo from it. Consume this. After passing the fruit to Ao Qitian, Wang Xian continued, let's go to the dragon transformation pool at the back. It's the Dragon King. Ao Qitian nodded respectfully. The current Ao Qitian was less violent compared to when he first became a disciple of the Dragon Palace. He looked rather wise. However, this was only on the surface. It was only because he had been taught by the civil officials of the Dragon Palace over the past 10 years that he was filled with wisdom. When it came to a real battle, he was still the same Ao Qitian who fought against the heaven and earth. Enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. When he came to the side of the Dragon Transformation Pool and saw Ao Qitian consuming 2 embryo fruits, Wang Xian said to him directly, yes. Ao Qitian jumped straight into the Dragon Transformation Pool. Evolution, Berserk Dragon Seed. Wang Xian looked at the information in the Dragon Transformation Pool and directly upgraded Ao Qitian. Will it take a month? Looking at the time of the evolution, Wang Xian was not too surprised. He took out the information that Prime Minister Gue had just given him. The information was all about the resources that he had obtained this time. The dragon race had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. They had so many treasures that even Wang Xian felt a little terrifying. These resources can allow me to advance another level. Wang Xian was full of smiles. Chapter 1809. 1809 New Era, glorious and prosperous. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, Longevity 8th rank, the 4th change of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Crystal, 335421/100000000. Supernatural Ability, Ruling the Water Tribe below one's own level. Devouring creatures to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability, Soul Capture, Spirit Possession, Yin-Yang 5 elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect, 5 elements Millstone, Dragon Kingdom in the palm, Dragon Head under the heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang Poles, Yin-Yang 5 elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Domain, Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Palace, Level 5. Members of the Dragon Palace, 23,433. A month later, Wang Xian stood in the Dragon King Palace and looked at his attributes. His face was full of smiles. With the sun, moon, and stars in my hand, there is no one like me in this world. Wang Xian grasped the strength in his hand. Recently, his level had increased the fastest. After absorbing a large amount of resources from the Dragon Clan, his level had once again received a huge increase. Level 8 of longevity was very, very close to igniting the divine fire. With his current strength, he was completely comparable to a god who had ignited 3 wisps of divine fire. On this extraordinary continent, he dared to say that he was invincible. Ao Qitian's improvement should be over. He looked down at Ao Qitian's figure. His 20-meter-long violent body, fire, lightning, and darkness energy circulated around his body. Whether it was fire, lightning, or darkness, they were all the more violent of the 9 attributes. When the 3 attributes merged together, how terrifying would the power be? Roar. A low roar came from the Dragon Transformation Pool. Ao Qitian, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes like an awakened demon. 3 Goyu slowly appeared in his extremely pale pupils. Fire, lightning, and darkness. 3 Goyu appeared in his eyes and were connected together. These mysterious pupils looked extremely strange. The 3 Goyu that were connected together also appeared on Ao Qitian's chest. An extremely violent aura came from his body, as expected of the strongest berserk dragon species in the Dragon Palace. According to the records of the Divine Dragon Clan, there were only 20 berserk dragon species at their peak. Now, I have the Dragon Palace that has merged with the insect nest. I can give birth to a large number of berserk dragons. If I have enough fruits and godheads in the future, I can upgrade the Thunder Tribe to a berserk dragon species. Wang Xian sensed the violent power in Ao Qitian's body and thought to himself, "Greetings, Dragon King." At this moment, Ao Qitian, who flew out from the Dragon Palace, shrunk to 2 meters in size and knelt down before Wang Xian. "Use all your strength to attack me." Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he ordered Ao Qitian. "It's the Dragon King." Ao Qitian nodded and clenched his fist. Crack, crack. In an instant, an explosive sound was heard from his fist. The surrounding air began to explode. Bang! An attack with an endless destructive force was directed at him. Boom! Wang Xian raised his palm to block Ao Qitian's attack. His face was filled with astonishment. The strength of level 8 longevity is almost comparable to the ordinary attack of the dragon god back then. His full strength attack is comparable to a wisp of divine fire. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with shock. Ao Qitian, who was now at level 8 longevity, could rival a god with his full strength attack. It could be said that he was fighting against a god who was 3 levels above him. As expected of the dragon seed with the strongest attack power of the divine dragons, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. If Ao Qitian were to advance by 1 level, he would be able to easily slaughter the dragon god back then. The fruits on the ancestral tree could also be used to nurture a berserk dragon seed. He hesitated for a moment, but decided not to cultivate anymore. Those fruits were too precious. He had to determine how long it would take for the ancestral tree to produce one, and then consider how to use it. Dragon King, Empress Fengluan is here. At this moment, Lady Ao came to report. "All right, I got it." Wang Xian nodded his head and gestured to Ao Qitian before flying into the Dragon King's hall. A month had passed. The Dragon Palace had absorbed the resources available to the Dragon Clan. The weakest one in the Dragon Palace had already reached the 1st level of longevity. All the leaders had reached the 8th level of longevity. The current strength of the Dragon Palace was 4 to 5 times stronger than the previous Dragon Clan. The unification ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire? We have to go too. Speaking of which, we are the Goddess Elder group of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Of course, we can't miss such a grand occasion. It just so happens that the Dragon Palace is almost done with their business. Next, we will begin our journey to the extraordinary continent. Wang Xian had just arrived at the Dragon King's hall when he heard the excited voices of the girls. "Are you done?" Wang Xian looked at Fengluan, who was surrounded in the middle, and asked with a smile. "How can it be so easy to unify the entire continent?" 2 days later, the Dragon Phoenix Empire will hold a unification ceremony. After that, we will basically be done with it. Fengluan shook her head at Wang Xian and said, "Come over to the Dragon Palace for the grand ceremony 2 days later. Only then can it be considered as living up to its name." "All right, I don't have to deal with the matters of the Dragon Palace now. I can relax for a period of time." Wang Xian nodded his head. "I might be able to relax for a period of time as well." Fengluan smiled mysteriously and said, "If there's nothing else, let's head over now." "Okay, sure." Wang Xian nodded his head. "Let's go. Our Goddess Elder group will be appearing at the ceremony in 2 days. Let's hurry up and pick out some clothes." The group of girls spoke enthusiastically. "Dragon Guards, Heavenly Eye Arrow Division, follow me to the Dragon Palace." Roar, roar, roar. Soon, 9 dragons of level 8 longevity pulled a dragon pride out of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Guards and 3,000 members of the Heaven's Eye Arrow Division followed behind them as they flew towards the imperial capital of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The imperial capital was currently located at the peak of the Outyin Mountain, the center of the continent. Wang Xian and the rest sat in the middle of the dragon pride that was a few hundred meters in size. It was no different from a house. This was specially built by the Fire Hammer clan for their Dragon King and Dragon Queen. Although it wasn't as majestic as the Dragon Throne, with Wang Xian's current strength, he didn't need to care about these external objects anymore. In a day's time, the group arrived at the main peak in the middle of the Outyin mountain peak. At this moment, countless people were gathered in the surrounding areas. The number of people gathered this time was several times more than the time when the Dragon Clan went to the Aoshan Empire. The entire area within a few thousand kilometers was abnormally festive. The Dragon Phoenix Empire unified the Transcendence continent, and all the creatures and experts of the entire continent came to witness this historic moment. When the 9 flood dragons pulled a dragon pride along, followed by the members of the Dragon Guard's Heavenly Eye Arrow Division, they arrived. Below, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Soon after, everyone below bowed in that direction. This was the respect for the strongest person on the continent, and also the respect for God. Chapter 1810. 1810 New Era, glorious and prosperous. The Dragon King is here. I didn't expect him to attend the unification ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire tomorrow. It's all thanks to the Dragon King that the Empress was able to stand at the peak again in only 10 years, and even unify the Transcendence continent. The Dragon King only rules the ocean, and the continent belongs to the Empress. I wonder what the relationship between the Empress and the Dragon King is. Seeing the people from the Dragon Palace landing on the main peak, everyone whispered among themselves. A month ago, when the news of the Dragon God igniting the divine fire to become a god and then being killed by the Dragon King on the spot spread to other parts of the Transcendence continent, it immediately caused a huge sensation. Hundreds of thousands of gods had not been born on the Transcendence continent. As for gods, they only had a vague understanding of them in the historical records. Even if they only had a little bit of information, they knew how powerful gods were and how high they were. Now that the dragon god of the transcendental continent had become a god, he was killed directly. How could it not be shocking? In addition, there was news of a great battle here. The world-destroying attack that covered an area of more than 10,000 kilometers shocked everyone on the continent. In an instant, the name of the Dragon King of the entire transcendental continent was like thunder that resounded in everyone's ears. In order to express their respect for the Dragon King, countless forces had even built deity statues. In just a short month, the Dragon King's deity statues had spread throughout the entire Transcendence continent. This person was a living god of the Transcendence continent. He was an existence that could kill the dragon god who had ignited the divine fire. Other than the invincible dragon race, the Emperor's strength was also widely spread. The terrifying combat strength of a half-step deity could easily kill a powerhouse at the peak of the dragon race. No one had any objections to the Dragon King's announcement that the Dragon Phoenix Empire would unify the entire continent and the Dragon Palace would be in charge of the ocean. In front of the power of the gods, they knew that they were no different from ants. If they resisted, they would only die. Moreover, everyone knew that the Dragon Phoenix Empress could be called the Eternal Empress. She was well known for her governance and was deeply loved by the people. Dragon King, Dragon Queen. In the main hall of the lofty Heaven Mountain Peak, Feng Yun bowed and shouted with a smile when she saw Wang Xian and the rest. The current Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe was like the sun in the sky in the entire Transcendence continent. As the Empress's most trusted and closest subordinate, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire had unified the entire Transcendence continent. Their Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe had similarly risen. Even if there were many forces that were stronger than the Fire Lark clan, they had to treat them with respect. After all, this was the Fire Lark clan that had waited for the Empress for more than 1,000 years and had almost been exterminated for the sake of the Empress. Wang Xian smiled and nodded at Feng Yun. He had always admired the entire Fire Lark clan. Personal guard Feng, please call Long Xiaotian, He Yuan, He Suiqing, and Mu Kaier over. Tell them that I have an invitation. Wang Xian said to her. For this trip, apart from seeing an empire standing at the peak, he also had to catch up with some friends on the mainland. After all, the Transcendence continent was not his home. He did not know when he would have to go back. Earth. It's the Dragon King. Feng Yuan nodded respectfully and walked out immediately. Xiaoxian, do you want to give Mu Kaier, who once saved your life, a position? How about the princess of the empire? Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian and asked him. Sure. Now that the Nine-God Empire has disbanded, let's make her the princess of the empire and enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor. Wang Xian nodded his head. All right. This time, I will carry out a huge reform in the mainland. I will establish a power structure in the extraordinary mainland and implement democratic elections. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian and the group of girls before she said with a smile. Her words stunned Wang Xian and the group of girls. Reform? Democracy? Wasn't this imitating some of the order on Earth? If we do this, it will greatly weaken the rights of the strong. I'm afraid some of the family forces will be dissatisfied. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before he continued. However, if we really do this, it will greatly promote the development of the supernatural continent. That's right. Doing so would shake the foundations of some powerful forces. However, there is a huge benefit. In this era, everyone can become a dragon. As long as one has talent, everyone can stand out. Moreover, once this is implemented, I don't have to go through so much trouble. I don't even have to manage it. Feng Luan said with a smile. Her eyes were shining with an inexplicable luster. Imitating the management methods of some countries on Earth to manage the entire extraordinary continent. Although it would completely break the rules of the extraordinary continent, she could foresee that in the next period of time, the strength of everyone on the extraordinary continent would receive a huge increase. By publicizing all kinds of cultivation methods and combat techniques, everyone could become a dragon. She had consulted Prime Minister Gue not long ago about this method and asked him to help her formulate a detailed rule. Prime Minister Gue was born on Earth. Later on, he studied all the books on Earth and was knowledgeable. He had given her great help in the reform aspect. With our abilities, we can indeed do it. This is a great blessing for the entire Transcendence continent. Wang Xian nodded his head in agreement. I haven't announced this yet. I plan to announce it on the spot tomorrow. Then, I will start to establish departments. Those powerful forces and powerhouses can join each department. Firstly, there's the Law Enforcement Department, which is made up of a group of powerhouses. Secondly, the Regulatory Department can change the Demon Hunting Hiring Association to. Feng Luan spoke with confidence. It was obvious that she had already made a plan this month. All right, just remember to stand guard tomorrow. Shu Qing and I will go and pick out tomorrow's clothes. After Feng Luan spoke for a while, she pulled the group of girls and said, Sister Feng Luan, help me pick out the clothes first. My father should be here. I will go and meet him. Ling Jian said to them and left with a smile on her face. All of a sudden, all the girls left. He was the only one standing there. Wang Xian shook his head speechlessly. He sat at the side with a smile on his face and began to enjoy his tea. The peak of the Outyin Mountain was the center of the central continent, the highest peak on the continent. In the past, the capital of the Aoshan Empire was located around the peak of the mountain. Its coverage area was about 3,000 kilometers. At this moment, on the bustling streets, Long Xiaotian, He Yuan, and He Suiqing were walking on the streets, touring this majestic region. The dense crowd of pedestrians made the surroundings seem a little crowded. Make way, it's the Fire Cloud Personal Guards. It's the members of the Fire Cloud Personal Guards. At this moment, voices came from the front, and more than a dozen Fire Cloud Personal Guards walked over. You must be Long Xiaotian, young Master He Yuan, and Ms. He Suiqing. A group of Fire Cloud Guards walked over and said directly to Long Xiaotian and the others, it's us. They were slightly stunned and immediately nodded. The Dragon King invites you, please. The Fire Cloud Guards respectfully invited them. Chapter 1811. 1811 New Era. Under glorious prosperity. The Dragon King invites you. When Long Xiaotian, He Yuan, and He Suiqing heard the words of the Fire Cloud Guard, they were slightly stunned, and then their eyes lit up with joy. The Dragon King invites you. Big brother Long, big brother he, hurry up and go. When the young middle-aged man who followed Long Xiaotian heard these 4 words, his eyes revealed a strong envy, and he immediately said to them. The people around them were more anxious than the 3 of them. All right, please lead the way, personal guard Huayun. He Yuan Long Xiaotian, he Sui Qing, and the other 2 nodded quickly. The Dragon King invited them. Just these 4 words were a supreme honor to anyone. It was the same even for He Yuanlong Xiaotian, He Suiqing, and the others. The last time they met was when the Dragon Phoenix Empire was established. At that time, it was already a great honor for them for Wang Xian to meet them. Now, their former friend and brother had become a god. He was the god of the continent and the strongest person on the continent. Even the dragon god was beheaded. They were from 2 completely different worlds. However, they did not expect the Dragon King to send someone to invite them over this time. It was a great honor. The 3 of them looked at each other and walked towards the main peak of Outyin Mountain excitedly. Then, who are those 3 young men and women? Oh my god, they can actually make the Dragon King invite them over. Oh my god, what are their identities? According to rumors, before the Dragon King rose to power, he had a few friends in that vast area. Could they be those 3 people? They've reached the sky in 1 step, the Dragon King's friends. Oh my god. Shocked and envious voices came from the surroundings. Even their backs were filled with respect as they looked at He Yuan and the others. Just as everyone was extremely shocked. At a lofty mountain peak where the previous 9 god empires experts were located. More than a dozen fire cloud personal guards also arrived and found Mu Kaier. When she heard the Dragon King's invitation, Mu Kaier's mouth was slightly agape as she slowly nodded. Kaier, go quickly. Don't let the Dragon King delay you. That's right, Kaier. Follow the fire cloud guards and hurry over. Beside Mu Kaier, her father, who had ignored her and even used her for a marriage alliance, spoke respectfully to her. Around them, there were the gods from the 9 god empire who had heard the news. They were also extremely respectful towards Mu Kaier as they said with friendly faces. Yes. Mu Kaier nodded. She was still slightly uncomfortable with the friendliness and respect from her father and the surrounding experts. Especially recently, the gods, who were once high and mighty in the empire, had come over from time to send her gifts and greetings. She could hold them in her hands to prevent them from falling, or she could hold them in her mouth to prevent them from melting. She knew that all of this was because of the person she had once saved by accident, the Dragon King. The Dragon King had slaughtered the gods and unified the continent. With her current status, even a longevity expert would have to be respectful when they met. After all, a longevity expert who was high and mighty on the continent could be easily killed by the Dragon Palace. As he watched Mu Kaier leave, the former experts of the 9 god empire were also impressed by her luck. It was not an exaggeration to call her the son of luck. Dragon King, a few young masters and ladies have arrived and are arranged to be in the room next door. In the main peak, Feng Yun walked in and said to Wang Xian, Are you here? I'll go over now. Wang Xian nodded and went straight to the room next door. When He Yuan, Long Xiaotian, and the rest saw Wang Xian walking in, they were slightly excited and nervous. Haha, why? Are you so restrained when you see me? Wang Xian smiled and walked over. After a few conversations, they finally relaxed. The last time when Wang Xian destroyed the empire of 10,000 demons, he had found a longevity-level bloodline for Long Xiaotian. Now, his strength was close to He Yuan. Wang Xian gave them some weapons and equipment and chatted with them for more than an hour. He still had to settle down his friends. After the ceremony ends tomorrow and I bring a group of girls to tour the extraordinary continent, it's time for me to return to Earth. An hour later, He Yuan and the rest left. Wang Xian muttered to himself. When he walked out of the room, the sky had already darkened. Standing at the main peak, he could look down at the surrounding fireworks. The entire main peak had been transformed into the Empress's palace. Other than the fire cloud personal guards, there was no one else. Wang Xian was walking on the stairs between the mountains when he suddenly saw a beautiful figure standing in front of him. She was dressed in a fiery red phoenix robe and wore a phoenix crown on her head. She stood there and looked down at the land in front of her. Feng Wuan, where's Shu Qing and the rest? When Wang Xian saw Feng Wuan dressed up elegantly like a goddess, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at her and asked, "They are picking out clothes for Jian. They said that they will give you a surprise later." Feng Wuan turned around and looked at Wang Xian. A smile appeared on her face. After looking at him for more than 10 seconds, she turned around and said, "Thank you, Xiao Xian. Do we still need to thank you?" Wang Xian couldn't help but walk to Feng Wuan's side and stand beside her. "Of course we need to thank you. What else can we do? I don't have anything to repay you with. I can only say it verbally." Feng Wuan smiled. In the past, even though she had great ambitions, she never thought that she would unify the entire supernatural continent. However, the entire continent was under her feet now. Everything was because of this man beside her. When she was standing at the peak, she suddenly felt that the number one empress of all time was only SOSO. Cough, cough. Wang Xian sniffed the fragrance that came from beside him. His heart was slightly agitated. Among the group of girls, Feng Wuan's beauty could not be said to be number one. However, this noble and inviolable temperament was something that the other girls did not possess. When he thought of this, Wang Xian could not help but fantasize about other things. "Actually, it's not that I can't repay you." Wang Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows and placed his palm on Feng Wuan's shoulder subconsciously. Huh. Feng Wuan's body trembled and her face turned slightly red. She quickly turned her head to the side and did not dare to look at him. "Then, how should I repay you?" She pretended not to care and asked. "That's easy." Wang Xian was also pretending to stand there. However, his palm subconsciously slid downwards. "Your hand." Feng Wuan quickly felt that something was wrong. Her face quickly turned red as she gritted her teeth and said coldly, "What's wrong, Empress? Can't you repay me with your flesh? I'll go and talk to Shu Qing and the rest. Let's see if I can get another wife." Wang Xian suddenly sped up his speech and increased the strength in his palm. Following that, his figure disappeared in an instant. He ran away after touching her, and she was the empress of the same world. This was really exciting. No one in the entire Transcendence continent dared to imagine this scene. The Dragon King was actually so wretched. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.